Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? So when we got a pretender in the house, a pretender to the long throne of the kingdom, aka myself, we got a challenger coming out of what's called Blessed Wigga Studio, Blessed God Studios, Blessed God Industries, excuse me. Blessed God Industries is over here making a big old stank. I'm like, so Rick over here, I was like, what does white boy got going with me? What does white boy got going with me? You know what I'm saying? Now, who's putting out fire tracks?
Religisphere.
Tone policing. You over there tone policing. There's only one Wigga Emperor of Wigzantium, and it's your boy right here. What his name is? Ruse Run? Ruse Run, because he keep running? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run? Ruse Run?
Religisphere.
To be a religious man, but you are a snake. Even if you shed your skin 1,000 times, you remain a snake. Beware the snake walrus, in religious disguise, with a poisonous tongue, who strikes with lies. Snake walrus. Snake, 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 snake walrus. You are deceitful, sneaky, and untrustworthy. Oi, 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 oi. Snake walrus. You can hiss sweetly, but your intentions are clearly malicious and toxic. So toxic. Snake walrus is your dark, perverted nature to attack anyone around you. You can't be trusted, you are alone. Nobody wants you. Snake walrus, you are malicious and toxic, so toxic. Snake walrus, you are toxic, so toxic. Snake walrus, you are destined to crawl to eat dust with your forked tongue. You whisper in the ear, corrosive to the soul, double-crossing, deceitful, insincere. You ridicule others for their size. You shouldn't throw stones when you live in a house of glass. If your weight determines your worth, you are worth your weight in dirt. Snake walrus. Snake, 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 snake walrus. You are deceitful, sneaky, and untrustworthy. Oi, 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 oi. Snake walrus. You can hiss sweetly, but your intentions are clearly malicious and toxic. So toxic. Snake walrus is your dark, perverted nature to attack anyone around you. You can't be trusted, you will always be alone. Nobody wants you. Snake walrus, you are malicious and toxic. So toxic. Snake walrus, you are toxic, so toxic. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Dear Lord Jesus, I know that I am a sinner, and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe that you died for my sins, and that you rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and ask you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. In your name, amen.
And all I'm gonna do is pick a corporate. Cringecore Wigxanthium mumble rap is the next song, y'all. And all I'm gonna do is pick a corporate product. What's the worst corporate brand that you could think of? And I'm just gonna repeat the brand names, right? Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JCPenney corn chips, JCPenney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JCPenney corn chips, JCPenney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JCPenney corn chips, JCPenney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JCPenney corn chips, JCPenney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway. All you do is you repeat stupid corporate. Here we go. Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Planet Fitness, Planet Fitness, McDonald's, 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 McDonald's. Cringecore mumble rap.
Cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble rap. Cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble rap.
I got that blockbuster, I got that blockbuster, I got that Palantir, I got that Palantir, I got that Wells Fargo, I got that Wells Fargo, Tylenol, Tylenol, I got no Bisco, I got no Bisco, I got that TJ Maxx, I got that TJ Maxx, I got Balenciaga, I got Balenciaga, I got Balenciaga, I got Balenciaga. This is fun. I'm like a rapper now. I'm a rapper now. Damn, I just realized it. You bet it's cringe. It's called Cringecore, dummy. Dude thinks he's on the cutting edge, the cusp of cutting edge, calling me cringe.
Cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble rap. Cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble rap. Cringecore mumble, cringecore mumble rap.
Got the CA, got the TJ Maxx, got that Zap, got that Dap, got that Gap, got that Kraft, got that Long John Silver, got that Disney Plus, got that Taco Supreme, got that Nabisco, got that Tylenol, got that Campbell Soup, I got that Disney Plus, I got that Quiznos, I got that Waffle House, I got that Wells Fargo. Oh man, you could have a lot of fun.
This jabroni, this 5 foot, 175-pound bag of steaming, stinking monkey crap named Cleave to the Talmud. You're bringing it up? Watch what's gonna happen to you. Just watch. Of steaming, stinking monkey crap, steaming, stinking monkey crap. Cleave to the Talmud. Cleave to the Talmud. Steaming, stinking monkey crap, steaming, stinking monkey crap. Cleave to the Talmud. Cleave to the Talmud. The problem, his head weighs 33 pounds. So you can't, nothing goes in. Something's wrong. Like, it's heavy. It's like a bowling ball. His head. Watch what's gonna happen to you. Just watch. Steaming, stinking monkey crap. Steaming, stinking monkey crap. Cleave to the Talmud. Cleave to the Talmud. Steaming, stinking monkey crap. Steaming, stinking monkey crap. Cleave to the Talmud. Cleave to the Talmud. This jabroni, this 5 foot, 175-pound bag of steaming, stinking monkey crap named Cleave to the Talmud. You're bringing it up? Watch what's gonna happen to you. Just watch.
He turns his camera off. He's like, oh no, he's crashing out again. This isn't good.
I hadn't heard that one, Cleave to the Talmud. There's so many nicknames for like all of these people. Okay, so there's two main storylines here for the Religisphere, and this has all just been in like the last month. It basically started like right after I finished my streaming in April. The first storyline is the D Wood Diddy Gang Sweep Synod versus Ortho Bros Total War. And it kind of feels like when you look at it from the initially, it looks like it came out of nowhere. Because it's like the D Wood Diddy Gang, their whole thing is anti-Islam apologetics, right? They're like super hyper focused on it. It's where all their like XP is, all their arguments, all of it. The problem is that it's actually very sector-esque. You know, I've talked before about how generally my view of the last like 10 years in the sector is that what happens is there's two sides that fight. One faction wins, then that faction splits on some new issue. Then they fight, and then one faction wins and splits. So it's just this eternal winnowing. And I've said before, it's like, you know, you had Gamergate, and then Gamergate, the Gamergate people that won, you know, Gamergate essentially, at least in a cultural sense, maybe not in a practical sense, won the debate. And then they split over Trump, and then the Trump supporters split over basically race. And then the race realists essentially won that, and then they split over generally over like whether we're just doing this for fun or whether it's serious, etc., etc. So I kind of relate that idea to what's happening here, where I think that more or less the Muslims are gone, not gone, but totally defeated. All their main guys, Pikachu, Ali Dawa, like Muhammad Hijab, they've all either taken massive debate L's, like publicly, or massive just clout L's, like Muhammad Hijab losing to a gay Jew in court. And, you know, what's really funny about that is then what happens now that the Muslims are basically, at least in the internet clout sphere, the religious sphere, basically a non-entity. They're a crater in the ground. So then what naturally happens? The victorious parties start splitting. And that's kind of what I see happening here. You also get certain little parasites like Andrew Wilson, who's going to be a major character in this aspect of the story, where Andrew Wilson is now doing, modern day debates, does these like UFC style debate cons. And Andrew Wilson is going to be featured in this pretty prominently, specifically because he's fighting I think he's fighting Hakikachu. And it's funny that he's fighting Hakikachu because, of course, Andrew Wilson would now start swinging at these Dawa guys because he doesn't have to come up with any arguments. They've all already been made. Like, all Andrew Wilson has to do is just steal the best notes from all these guys who came before him, including David Wood. Because as much as I don't like David Wood, he was pretty effective against these guys. And he just has to steal their arguments. He doesn't have to actually do anything. He's basically showing up to the crater in the ground that is the Muslim faction of the Religisphere and use everybody else's homework. But unfortunately, he is taking some shots here because he is, at least, he's aligned with the Ortho Bros. He says he's Orthodox. Sure, that's fine. I don't know what his, I can't look into his heart, but at least publicly, he's aligned with that side of things. Okay, so the other thing is, I think that, like I've said this before, that the one thing Andrew Wilson is kind of good at is picking targets, which is why now he's picking these Muslim guys so that he doesn't have to actually argue with them. And I think he sees David Wood as a good target. So they've actually done like 3 debates recently. And I actually haven't listened to all these. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. And it's not just Andrew Wilson that's been engaging with the D Wood Diddy Gang, with the Ortho Bros. It really goes back about a month. I think even like some of the more Twitter-oriented ones, like Orthodox Luigi, were on here. Bro, I remember Orthodox Luigi was straight up just a profile pic of Luigi. Now he's like a real thing. He's like, oops, I'm in the wrong tab here. So this goes back to, like I said, about a month ago. And you may be wondering, my point here is, okay, so the Muslims are defeated, so the victorious faction starts splitting, but you still need some pretense. You need some pretense about why you're splitting. And there's what they want you to think is the reason they're splitting, and then there's the real reason why they're splitting. And it very quickly shook itself out to see exactly what the real reason was. Because whenever any of these Orthodox guys try to talk with Wood about actual theology, or, like a true church argument, or anything like that, he deflects, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it becomes something else. So this is kind of around where it started. This is one of the, and here you go. Here's the title that really should tell you what this is really about. Now, David Wood does not hide the fact that he is basically Israel's top guy in the religious sphere. And I there's very few ways I can describe this that won't sound exaggerated, but are still somehow less than what it really is. We're talking full sponsorships. We're talking buy a care package for a Jewish grandmother. He's basically Mike Huckabee level. We're talking multiple trips to Israel all the time. We're talking reorienting his content to be about Israel to the point where his issue with the Ortho Bros is that they're not sufficiently Zionist. And he's trying to make this just absolutely baffling argument that somehow these Orthodox guys are pro-Muslim because they're critical of Israel. Which, I mean, if you know anything about Orthodoxy, if there's any church that would be that would not be sympathetic, it's the Orthodox, right? They lost half their territory, their traditional diocese and territory, to the rise of Islam and stuff. These guys are not sympathetic. This is the Wigzantian people. They are not sympathetic to Muslims. That's not what this is about at all, right? It's insane. So there's a couple debates here. There's this old one, which is kind of the initial shot where David Wood went into this trying to make this about Israel. And then the Orthodox people basically did the right move, which is kind of blowing that off as ridiculous, and then trying to make this about actual theology and who the true church was. Now I'm going to play a clip here from one of these debates because it's just crazy. And I understand there's going to be some people who don't understand why this is crazy, so I'm going to try to explain it. But this is during one of these. I'm not sure exactly which debate this is from, but you can see Andrew Wilson in the corner. The reason why it can be kind of confusing sometimes is, like I said, he's done quite a few debates with Andrew Wilson.
Who's the question?
I'm sorry, am I going to be allowed to ask the questions?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I was wondering if we could start with the position, do you believe in the 5 solas?
Kind of rough, because I think in terms of probabilities, that's kind of the issue. That's why you don't hear me, and that's why I don't go around kind of dogmatically defending certain positions. Like as far as I can tell, like most people, they say, okay, the evidence I have points in this direction, so I'm going to go with that position. Whereas me, I'm thinking generally, okay, the evidence I'm aware of points in this direction, but there's all kinds of evidence that I may not be aware of. So I may not be, I may be, learning the extra evidence may point in a different direction. So I don't know, things have to reach a certain threshold before I'll start actually advocating them. So
do you believe in them?
I'm saying I'm open to presenting otherwise.
Is
but
that
I generally
yes?
don't.
No. Okay, no. David, once saved, always saved.
So I'm going to pause. We're going to let this all play, but I just want to explain exactly why this is crazy. This is like asking a Catholic, do you believe that the Eucharist is the real body and blood of Christ? And then not just saying no, because there are Catholics who say no to that, even though that is technically a dogmatically defined thing. Them talking for 5 minutes about probabilities and that, well, it could possibly be it and it might be. Basically, he doesn't know what they are. And that's crazy because you can talk to really normal parishioners in like the Lutheran and Reformed churches, when you ask them, hey, do you believe in sola scriptura? They'll say yes, because it's like the most simple one. So what are the 5 solas? So 5 sola are 5 souls, 5 basically dogmatic they wouldn't call it dogmatic, but essentially dogmatic statements in most branches of Reformed and Lutheran Protestantism. This is some like Augsburg Confession stuff. At least sola scriptura is in the Augsburg Confession. Same with sola fide. These are the basic bottom like part of the pyramid theological statements for which basically all of Protestantism is derived from. And of course, there are many branches that will accept some of these and not accept others and whatnot. But when you're David Wood and you're very publicly consider yourself, he's called himself Calvinist and Reformed. This is crazy to not just, let's say he takes some super heterodox position to his stated denomination. You can do that. You can do that. But to not even know what they are. And it really speaks towards what David Wood's mindset is when it comes to approaching religion. And what I mean by that is there's sort of been a theory that I've presented in the past that, and other people have, this isn't new, Harmful Opinions kind of talked about this in his video actually, that Christianity and specifically Christian apologetics was sort of this outlet for David Wood to not only reintegrate himself in respectable society, but also gain a perception of authority and power. And a really effective way to do that is when you enter apologetics to pick a field that is very well developed and has a lot of easy targets, which is anti-Islam. Okay? The whole online Islam stuff, Islam obviously, when he started getting into it in the mid-2000s, War on Terror, very, very good time to become a guy who's critical of Islam. Okay, that can be your focus. People have, scientists, theologians, they have their focus. But usually, especially in something like this, where you're not just a guy who has an intellectual interest in religion, but you yourself are professing the faith, which is something that David Wood does all the time. It is core to his argument about the whole David Wood gambit thing, that he's reformed. Like, he's not just an academic who likes theology. He is a self-defined Christian. You would think that even if your focus is on anti-Islam apologetics, you would at least have the basics of your own faith under understanding, especially when you're going to cite that faith for reason why people should accept you despite the fact that you're a psychopath or despite the fact that the David Wood Gambit stuff, because you believe in this regeneration or whatnot, which is itself a theological statement. And so when someone asks you the absolute foundational questions of Protestantism, and you don't just not take a position, you seemingly don't even know what they are, it really comes across that you entered this and learned one part of it, which is just the anti-Islam stuff, for purely strategic reasons, and have never genuinely engaged with the faith. Okay? In your own personal life. And normally, that would not be a question for the public. This would not be something for us to evaluate about whether David Wood in his own personal life actually engaged with the faith. That would not be my business. But when that is the core to your argument for why you should continue to be able to essentially act as an apostolate, which is like a lay evangelism, that's what apostolate means. I know Templar doesn't know that. We had a whole discussion. Maybe if he listens to that now, he will. But if that's going to be your entire argument, then, well, now there is sort of some scrutiny about whether you are actually personally engaging with the faith. I'm finding it difficult to come up with a proper analogy about how big of a gap of knowledge this is. This is like I said, the real body and blood of Christ for like the Eucharist for Catholics is like a good example. Where it's just something that is so core to everything. It's one thing to disagree with it, as some people do. It's another thing to just say you don't even know what it is. Again, this would be like, say, a Catholic apologetics guy who is exclusively focused on, let's just say, anti-Orthodox apologetics. Not anti, but like engaging with Orthodox, making the argument that they're schismatic, and then not knowing what transubstantiation is. Or maybe not even knowing that terminology, because that's kind of like a scary word, but not even knowing what real presence is or whatever.
Depends on what you mean, but that would be another issue where I'd be like, okay, here's kind of the case for it. Here's the case against it.
So what do you believe? And it's just so obvious that he doesn't know what the 5 solas are, and that's why he's speaking this way about probabilities and the cases for and against it, because he seemingly does not know what they are. And for all of the bad things with David Wood, I don't think he's stupid. He has been an effective apologist against Islam. Now, that doesn't justify like him still being around after admitting what he did. I am not a believer in the whole, well, he's an effective apologetics guy, so you can put up with anything. And I mean, even Sam, like, I think Sam is probably the best of all of these guys as far as just purely theology and apologetics, and there's still points of criticism for him that are worth bringing up. And we'll get to that here when we get to the Thad's Sam stuff. But to not know this, it reveals so much about his psychology and about his motives for getting into this, more than I think really anything else he said.
And I would say, yeah, if you're actually genuinely saved, I would think that, yeah, I get it. Like, if your name's in the Lamb's Book of Life or something like that, it would be weird to be erasing it, because God, knows all this stuff from an eternal perspective.
I don't see above the, yeah, I can see him. He had 3. He's talking about Calvin being a merchant. And Lutherans are close to the Kazan and the Turks, so it's more trepidatious for them.
But how that would actually play out, because you got people like Bart Ehrman, who's a Christian for years, and then all of a sudden leaves it. And so I don't know how you want to describe.
Yeah, but Bart Ehrman probably left it because in his own mind he had he had an argument. He knew what the arguments were and then decided one. That's different from what you're doing.
That, but notice you don't hear me saying it because I don't have firm positions on most of this stuff.
Yeah.
How do you not have firm positions on this? How can you criticize Islam for the Islamic dilemma? How can you criticize Islam for whether the Quran is God or is an emanation of God, like all those contradictions, and then not have positions on what, like I said, are literally the foundation, bottom of the pyramid statements, like truth claims of both Lutheran and Reformed Protestants?
Is baptism necessary?
I mean, if you're talking,
and this is kind of, I almost want to say, kind of a more advanced form of what Templar does. And to be clear, I'm not saying that Templar is as bad as David Wood at all. Like, Templar is not a predator or anything. That's one thing I will say. Some people try to say that Templar is I don't believe that at all. If I did, I wouldn't engage with him the way I do. The way I engage with Templars, I generally just try to have fun with him. I wouldn't do that if I thought he was actually some of the things some people call him. But this little aspect does kind of smack me of Templar, in the sense that something like that, like, oh, does a baptismal regeneration, like, that is something that by taking a position you could potentially alienate a very specific audience, and that's the Baptists, obviously. And I imagine that there are a lot of Baptists probably make up a large part of David Wood's audience, because he is kind of a little more mainstream and he's pro-Israel, and Baptists tend to be very pro-Israel. And he doesn't want to kind of say anything on that because it could become an issue with Baptists who are very serious about their positions.
Guy was crucified with Jesus. Doesn't seem so.
Oh, is he talking about the penitent thief? The penitent thief was baptized. He was baptized by blood.
I mean, if you're,
I don't know why is the penitent thief keep coming up? Because Templar has made this mistake too, on not understanding what the different positions are between the denominations on the penitent thief. I don't know why it keeps coming. It doesn't really seem that complicated to me. There's like 3 major positions. It's not
talking. I mean, guy was crucified with Jesus. Doesn't seem so.
So no.
I mean, if the rule, what I found in our debate is if you can think of any hypothetical, alternative, and that's not even a hypothetical alternative, that was an actual alternative, then
Yeah, and then there's an answer to that. And I assume Andrew Wilson drops the ball and doesn't present it. But although, do the Orthodox believe in baptism by blood? Surely they do, to explain the penitent thief, right?
the answer would be no.
Am I going to be allowed to?
So yeah, this is insane. And like I said, the point of this clip is not, oh, David Wood is stupid. Because I don't think David Wood is stupid. I think if David Wood cared about his faith, he would know what the 5 solas are. And either he'd be willing to give a position here. So I think it's either he doesn't know what they are because all he's ever cared about is poning Muslims. And there is no real genuine engagement with his faith. And the reason why we should even care about that, because normally I don't think that's our business. And the only reason we should care about that is because it's core to his explanation for the whole Gambit thing. Or 2, he does know what these are and doesn't want to give a position because he doesn't want to alienate anyone in his audience. They're both pretty bad. Here's another clip here. This is from another Andrew Wilson debate. It's kind of funny. I haven't watched through. There's like 3 of them. I haven't watched through any of them all the way through. I kind of was thinking about saving it for a stream. I'm not sure which of the 3 is better. I know one is about supposedly Orthodox supporting jihadis, which is retarded. I think the second one is more true church, theological, which might be where that clip is from. And then the latest one is about like the Orthodox Church being like a KGB asset or something. Because that's what all these guys do is, Jay Dyer says the Vatican is a Freemason plot. The Catholics say that, or not just the Catholics, but like some people say that the Orthodox are a KGB plot. The Protestants are an Israeli plot. You can throw it all around. I've heard them all. I'm not really here to tell you which are true or which aren't. I'm just saying that kind of strain of apologetics does exist kind of for all the denominations.
Time I talked to you, you basically were confused about what your positions were.
Okay, so yeah, this is him. And I understand why Andrew Wilson's going to keep hammering this on because it's probably the best. It's probably the only time in his debate history that he's ever actually scored a goal. I'm not sure who I would want to win between the two. Because on the one hand, Andrew Wilson always finds a way to lose to everyone, and the idea of him losing to an admitted statutory rapist is kind of hilarious to me. On the other hand, I don't want anything to make David Wood look better. I don't want him to get anything, right? Because as bad as Andrew Wilson is, as much of a cuck, as much of an opportunist, as much of a guy who has risen far above where he deserves to be, and he should be banished back to sector chat. He's not a statutory rape. He's not. To be real. Why doesn't D Wood just debate a priest? He does actually have a discussion with a priest. Hold on. This was back during kind of the beginning of this Ortho Bro arc, although I haven't listened to all of this. I've listened to part of it, and it seemed pretty... I don't know. The priest acted like a priest, so he was pretty nice. I think this guy's a priest, isn't he? Yeah. Peter Hears.
TikTok time.
But yeah, people are saying he should talk to Trenem. Wonder why people watch this.
I support the idea of a blind obedience. There is no blind obedience on matters of dogma and ethos. Now, there could be a blind obedience in a monastic life to an elder in the sense of go take out the garbage. All right. Do your ascetic struggle. Say your prayer. That kind of trust and obedience can be very profitable. But in terms of dogma and ethos, in other words, life, truth, the way, the things that are vital that have come down to us, the entire church is co-responsible. And many times throughout church history, you've had monks like St. Maximus the Confessor call out patriarchs and emperors, and St. Mark of Ephesus or St. Athanasius the Great, or any number of, again and again throughout church history, we have challenges and difficulties.
Just trying to do debates? I don't think so. That's why I kind of don't think that would ever happen. I don't think he does debates.
And you never know exactly where the Lord is going to raise up someone to steer the course back to the royal path. So there is no blind obedience in the church. There's only obedience to Christ in and through the apostles of our day, the bishops, the spiritual fathers, the priests. And so that means you have to know your faith. That means you have to be responsible for your faith. What we see in the West,
So what this looks like to me is it's not a debate. It's basically they had this priest on to make the pitch, and he did not really debate with him. Okay, let's see the rest of this.
For instance,
I wasn't confused at all.
Yeah, you really
You were very
confused.
confused. You didn't even know what they were.
You really weren't willing to commit to many of the
I
positions.
can't believe I'm kind of on Andrew's side here. He did. I mean, he asked a very basic question that should not have scored a point, and it did because David Wood either is afraid to take a position because of his audience or legitimately does not even know his own position.
Positions that you stated.
I mean, if you're talking, I mean, guy was crucified with Jesus. I would doesn't seem so. Doesn't seem so.
So no.
I mean, if what I found in our debate is if you can think of any hypothetical, I mean, alternative, and that's not even a hypothetical alternative. That was an actual alternative. Then the answer would be no, right?
There's so much bad stuff with David. I mean, and there's his trying to make this weird like live-in compound with him and the rest of the sweep synod. Like, I guess that's was Jai's reward in the stream I went out last time I did a Religisphere stream. I think it was the last time where I went over the full like David Wood cope sesh, post cope sesh after the gambit. The sweeping by Jai would put fucking Gator to shame. That shit was crazy.
I don't know.
Last time I talked to you.
So generally, this whole Ortho-Bro war does not seem to be going too well for David Wood. There was talks of a debate with Jay Dyer at this Modern Day Debates, this next event. Let me see if that has been confirmed yet, because he seemed to accept it and then also unaccept it over some bullshit. And when he first accepted it, the topic was supposed to be icons, which is a really hard one for like a reformed position. I'll be real. Like if I was Orthodox and had to pick something to argue with a reformed theologian, icons would be the one I'd pick because it'd be I think it's the one that they have is the strongest. Is the easiest one. And so I was surprised to hear him accept that. There was a whole, I mean, I retweeted it. There was a whole thing where he accepted a debate with David, or David Wood accepted a debate with Jay Dyer. And I wanted to see that because when David Wood is not in like a virtual environment where he has his sweeps in, and if he was in real life, I mean, in one of the first streams I did, we watched part of the Muhammad Hijab versus David Wood debate. And as much as I don't like Muhammad Hijab very clearly won that debate. Or at least he looked better. And part of it was because he was just a better on-stage presence. Part of it was because he seemed to just do better in a real person debate. He knew what buttons to push. He knew when to ask for sources and when not to. And David Wood was sitting in the corner on his fucking laptop trying to look up sources live. Okay? He does well in street debates. We've seen some of those where he does well. But in these formal sort of in-person debates where he doesn't have his infrastructure, he doesn't seem to do very well. And, you know, Jay Dyer, as recently as the 19th, restated his offer to debate David Wood. Like I said, there was at some point here, I'm trying to find it, where he did say yes. Where he did say that I will debate him, and then it seemed to either he pulled out or there was ambiguity. But I'd like to see it. I'd really like to see him get pummeled. Like I said, it is funny that Jay Dyer retired for 2 days. He got off the throne of the ecumenical patriarchate of the internet, and then decided to get right back on it once there was an opportunity to pummel Wood. Yeah, so this is kind of where it was going. And this is David Wood spurging out about debating. Wood previously declining, but now that I'm retired, he offers, which is why partially he said he would come back. Of course, he has to compare him to Sam Shamoon. I think Sam is a significantly better theologian and more comprehensive on multiple topics than Jay Dyer regarding religion. But Jay Dyer is like he's entertaining and he's good at philosophy. I'd rather have David Wood post sicko admission or Mormon oh boy, pre-sicko admission represent Christianity. Well, it's kind of hard for Shaggy because he's Mormon, you know. The Disney-esque cartoon music. Didn't Ruslan like switch denominations like 3 times or something? I kind of missed that whole arc. Okay, no, here we go. This might be what I was looking for. So David Wood won't actually defend. Okay, so quit changing the topic. Let's look at this. He's bragging about a ratio. Like if you like to set up a formal debate on the true church, quit changing the topic. After I debate Andrew Wilson tomorrow, I can debate the same topic on Thursday. So he did offer a debate. Of course, that never happened. When have I ever given the slightest indication that I'm interested in defending Protestantism over anything else, or that I'm interested in Dude, I mean, do I need to pull these up again? He's literally accusing the Orthodox Church of supporting terrorism. Yeah, this is crazy. Support the lies of propagandists who promote violence against Christians and threaten to... Now, what he really means is Israel. Like, it's always about Israel with this guy on that stuff. I'm trying to find, there is a specific tweet where like they both accepted, and then it started to fall apart, and they said that we were doing it, and I think Modern Day Debate even did announce it, that it was going to happen. Do I consider LDS Mormons to be Christian? No, they're not Christian. Under basically any coherent definition. And most honest Mormons, including Shaggy himself, back when I asked him some questions in chat like a year ago, admit this. They believe in a pantheon. Shamoon is correct that Wood knows nothing but anti-Islam. True. Well, of course Wood will be willing to debate Andrew Wilson, because Andrew Wilson's retarded. He's an easy target, Jay. That's another thing I'd like to see someday, is when Jay turns on Andrew Wilson for just being too retarded. But yeah, it would be good to see these guys do an IRL debate, because it would be terrible. It would be a massacre, especially if it was actually on the topic originally proposed, which was on icons, veneration of icons. Because that's just it's a strong position for the Orthodox. For Catholics too, and the reason why is because both Catholics and Orthodox can generally use each other's sources on that topic, because most of it was established before the schism. So yeah, I obviously this is very clearly like a weird proxy for an Israel war that David Wood wants to have, but also I just generally think. So yeah, this is the one where they were debating about which one of us are intelligence assets for who. Let's do Sam versus Thad, because this is some sector shit. This is some like. Also, Wilson is I mean, I've talked a lot about what I think about Wilson. I really don't like Andrew Wilson. But obviously, he's, like I said, as much as I don't like him, he hasn't done what David Wood has done. So it's like... So, you know, I talked about a while how the Religisphere is basically a stealth drama sector. But this whole story we're going to talk about isn't stealth anymore. This is something you would get on Twitter, you get on YouTube, you get on Rumble, you'd fire up the kill stream, or God forbid, may Allah forgive me, Kino Casino or something. And this is something that they would be like, this is straight out of the sector. And it's Sam and Thad are swinging at each other's families straight up. Okay. And, so we have some posts from Sam here that it's hard to say who started this. If we're just talking about, who first started talking about posting stuff about someone's family. The argument that Sam started it would be that it is Sam who originally posted Thad's wife and son. The problem is that Thad and David Wood did whole streams going over court documents from Sam about how he's supposedly a wife beater and a rapist and all this crazy shit. So it's like, who really swung first here? I don't know. It's up to you. It depends on where you draw the line, right? But this shit is dirty. And, you know, I've made my biases clear. I do think that there are things to criticize Sam for. It's like he really is the Religisphere's Ralph, where like he has issues with women. He has issues with the custody of his kids. He can be a little impulsive sometimes. He's got a dirty mouth, but he brings the content, and he's so entertaining that like even in his dramas, he still kind of comes out as the popular favorite, right? Now, that's not to say Sam has done anything nearly as bad as some of the worst stuff Ralph has, but like as far as we're diluting it down to the Religisphere, there are a lot of parallels. So last we left Sam with his posts, he was trying to get a debate with who he calls Grapist Woodstein, and he said that he was going to pay to fly them out to Israel to do the debate there, because the other thing is Sam is anti-Zionist. He correctly identifies the subversion of generally mainline or evangelical Protestants to the cause of Israel, and is very critical about the way David Wood, and even basically corrupted Apostate Prophet away from, and there's a whole arc about that too. Apparently, Apostate Prophet got confronted by his priest for being too pro-Zionist, Zionist enough to the exclusion of like the true church, and he basically told his priest to fuck off. So we're gonna do. I like doing the dramatic readings of these Sam posts. So like I said, last we left, Sam offered a debate to David Wood, said he'd pay for everything, he'd fly him out. Of course, David Wood runs. David Wood loves to do these streams on Sam, but here's the thing. He only occasionally will directly do a stream on Sam. I've talked about this before, about the way the sweep synod works, which is what I call David Wood's faction, because it's all about sweeping, especially David Wood's, literal statutory rape. The way Thad works, Thad is like a mercenary. At least until now, he was like a mercenary, where it felt like he was doing things under orders of David Wood to keep the swinging at Sam on his channel, on Thad's channel, Reasoned Answers, and be the one to be the kind of the focus on Sam. And then occasionally he'd bring Thad on to do like a big Sam's a rapist stream. And there's been like 3 of those. However, this arc that we're about to go over, where they're swinging at each other's families, at a certain point, I don't think Thad's a mercenary anymore. He kind of understandably has been personally pulled in. So we're going to read this. I need some good dramatic music for this. I'm just clicking on the first thing. See, this is too dramatic. We need dude, some of these like copyright-free music titles are crazy. No, that's not him. Sure, whatever. Not surprising, Grapus Woodstein runs away from debating me on his beloved Zion. I asked Brian Davia to reach out to Apologetics Roadshow and his fellow woman misuser, adulterous prophet, apostate prophet, and tell them I'm challenging them both to debate me on the topic of Zionism according to the Bible. Shekel Steenwood decided to run away and hide in another woman's dress. Now, what do you call a guy who constantly runs to men and begs them to defend him and fight his battles? Since he is so inept, and biblically illiterate that he doesn't even know why he believes what he does and can't even answer a simple question about basic Christian doctrines? And what does it say about this narcissist who cannot churn out any edifying content but can only engage in slander, defamation, and controversies like a fat, oversized drama queen? A guy who lost to an atheist that used the Gospel of John to refute the deity of Christ? And what does it further say about a guy who has a PhD in philosophy from Fordham University that can't get a job due to his criminal record and narcissistic, sociopathic tendencies, which then lead him to bully people in order to provoke them to react against him, in order to then play the victim and gaslight them so as to beg people to send him over a $100,000 since he can't support his family in any other way? This is the same stunt that his partner in This is the same stunt that his partner in Shekels, adulterous prophet, did when he appealed to the sympathies of Christians by claiming his life was in danger in order to then fleece them for over $42,000. Thank the Lord Jesus for the fact that he moves me. At least make my articles and rebuttals and videos free for any person to use to magnify the risen Christ. Unlike Sheckelstein, I trust the risen Lord to provide, and who has always done so even though I am unworthy of his mercy. May the Lord Jesus continue to expose this rapist and his dogs, such as Fagadius and her husband, and save his flock from these demonic dogs. May the risen Lord cause this self-professed rapist, even though he tried to justify his heinous crimes by hiding behind Jesus, to step away from ministry, since he has shown himself to be a spiritual cancer on the body of Christ. In the meantime, let the Muhammad hijab of Christianity, Sheckelstein Wood, and his dogs keep manifesting and foaming from their mouths as we continue to provide biblical exegesis and real apologetics to edify believers and win the lost to Christ. To the triune God by everlasting glory, as we cry out to him, save us from the wrath to come. Amen. Amazing. Amazing. And so this is just David Wood said no to the debate. So that's where we left it. He wanted to do this debate, didn't happen, right? Okay, you think things maybe cool down? We have some standard, calling out, a couple more little posts calling him out, but we're gonna get up to the real star of the show here. This is Fagadius. This is what Butterbean would look like if he were a long-haired, beer-bellied hippie. Fagadius needs a lot of attention. Could you please give him some? So he's calling him fat, which is kind of funny because Sam has a whole thing with his weight too. Keep going. Right, okay, here's where it starts. So basically, the long and the short of it is that Sam found the profiles for Thad's wife and kid. And it turns out his kid is trans and his wife supports it. That's what the story is. And he goes hard. When I say God exposes people, I really meant it. In the light of Grapus Woodstein, aka Apologetics Roadshow, doing another show with Faggot. So again, this is why I say it's hard to say who swung first, because the reason Sam made this post is because of... God damn it, I keep closing this. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what stream the reason they did this. Or he did this. Because obviously they've done a stream before where they went over Sam's court documents and his divorce with his wife and everything. And basically, they also brought up like old emails and unverified testimony about him being like an abuser. Like it was really bad stuff. It's in it's in one of the older streams if you want more of the details. But I think that it's this one. I think it's this stream that made him make this post. this one. Total meltdown. Sam conspiracy goes down in flames. And the rise, it was this one, the rise and fall of Sam Shamoon, I'm pretty sure. Because this goes over a bunch of stuff. But the fact is that they do cover Sam, like, this is why I say it's hard to say who swung first. But the problem is, like, a core to, put Doom music, such a good fucking idea. Thank you, whoever suggested that. So, you know, basically they do all these streams about Sam supposedly being a rapist, part of it based off the court documents, what those suggest is just that Sam like pushed her or something, but then they use other supplementary materials that are not verified that Sam contends, to be clear, and he went over the emails himself. Sam did not hide from any of this. He did a whole stream where he went over the emails and told all the stories and stuff. Where they claim that literally he's a rapist. They say that he forced his wife, right? And so, as you can imagine, Sam is kind of fucking done with this shit. And so, one narrative here is that that's why Sam is doing this. That's why Sam is like, okay, taking the gloves off, and it gets bad. Just watch. When I say God exposes people, I really meant it. In light of Grapus Woodstein, aka Apologetics Roadshow, doing another show with Fagadius where they spread their wicked, vile, defamatory lies about my children and ex-wife, it seems appropriate for me to share the information that is there on social media for all to see. The links I'm posting here are all from Facebook and are open to the public. What is amazing is that Fagadius Facebook just so happens to come up on my recommended friends list, so neither of these narcissistic gaslighting dogs can accuse us of being doxing. When I clicked it, I was utterly disgusted by what I saw. Please click the links and explain to me how can this man claim to be a Christian when his spouse seems to be anything but a believer. If you look there, she posts the images that I have presented here. Now, can anyone be so kind and tell me what this rainbow picture taken from his wife's public page stands for? Am I missing something here or reading too much into it? And this guy has the audacity to claim to be a Christian and has the audacity to question as to whether I am qualified to be in ministry. Like I said, when God wants to expose and humiliate the vile, demonic dogs like Fagadius, then make sure to stay out of his way. If this isn't more proof that Woodstein and his cult are not believers, but tools of Satan who function more like the Muslim Dawa gangs than they decry, where they bully and defame anyone who exposed them for being satanic dogs, then I don't know what would constitute as proof. Remember what the Bible says. The same measure you use and the same judgment you employ will then be used against you. Now, Fagadius, what was that about you being qualified to teach the God's word and to be doing ministry? So, posting the pride flag. We've got the hair. We've got the danger hair. And there's more too here. Hold on. Oh, I gotta go all the way back down now. But we're talking like full, like face dogs at pride parades, everything. It's bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. You're seeing it, you kind of see it already, where we're going with this. It seems like Fagadius, Grapus Woodstein's right-hand woman, is in panic mode, so he had her husband delete the photos I shared, but thanks be to Christ, we have saved one of them, or some of them. In light of this evidence, I need to ask whether this is normal for supposed Christians to be seen with rainbow color hair and flags, saying if your parents are not accepting of your identity, then I will be your mommy. Is this really being Christ-like to be dressed in this manner? Moreover, why is this sick, demonized, sad excuse of a human being even pretending to be a Christian? And why is he in a ministry in light of such behavior? And why then did Fagadius have these pictures removed if they are both innocent? More importantly, why is Sheckelstein Wood platforming such deviants and adulterers such as AP? Like I said, when Christ wants to expose and humiliate such vile dogs and pigs for pretending to be servants of Christ and for fleecing his flock, then make sure to stand out of his way. I will be your mama. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. No! Thaddeus, no! What's your wife doing? If you want more proof that Faggotius, aka Thaddeus, and his boss, Grapus Woodstein, are the Ali Dawa and Mo Hijab of Christianity, then look no further than Faggotius' desperate move to now lie about who sent me the photos of her husband, and further lie that her husband's Instagram was set to private. Thank the Lord Jesus that enough people found her Instagram account before she set it to private. And to show you how obsessed he is with Malik, he again slandered claims it was he who sent me the pics. But being stupid and illiterate, he didn't see the pictures were in Dutch. Whoa, meaning they were sent by someone from a country that speaks Dutch. You will see the word Barrington at the top of the photos and will further see that other words in the same language. Now, unless Malik is from a European country that speaks Dutch and he sent those pictures to me, then this seems to be a clear case of Faggotius' sick fascination with Malik. It seems he is constantly dreaming of him and can't get him out of his mind. The fact is that it was a Catholic who immediately went digging after my post last night and found Faggotius' husband's Instagram account, which is public, not private. He further lies and says that this is a criminal case of doxing, which again shows he is worse than the Muslims he wars against. As the person in this picture stated, she had her account public and only put it in private after they got exposed. So my question is, why did they put the account in private if they aren't doing anything sinful, which they now need to hide? And what is truly criminal is just defaming me by accusing me of doing what Rapist Wood did. Now that is criminally libelous. And as I said, it was only a matter of time before God exposed these satanic dogs. May Christ save his church from such spiritual bastards of Satan and preserve us for all his glory. So yeah, this is someone saying that he's public. There's more. They're in her spot. They're in her YouTube playlist. Songs to fuck to. It's over. This is what Pat's listening to. Poor Faggotius. It only gets worse and worse for this dog. Maybe he and his brother Grapus Wood can do another 50-hour stream explaining this away. Here's a picture taken by someone here on Twitter where Faggotius' spouse's YouTube playlist has a list titled "Songs to Fuck To," and now all of a sudden it's been deleted. And this guy claims to be a Christian. As I said, God would eventually expose these filthy dogs. And yeah, this is the new final post on this issue, since this needs to be said about this hypocrite masquerading as a Christian. How can Thaddeus still have the face to claim to be a Christian and deceive folks that he is qualified to be in a ministry in light of this picture? His son has the gay guillotine symbol and is wearing something around his neck saying, "I kiss boys and girls," while wearing a dog collar. If you want to know what that means, here are the links. I'm not clicking those. This is the man who had the audacity to say I need to step down and slanderously accuse me of abandoning my children. When will this vile dog and wolf step down? FYI, his son in the pic is even wearing eyeliner, the very thing that Faggotius and David Woodstein condemned Muhammad for wearing. It's tough. It's tough. It's Christian. There's more. My final post. Here's proof from Grapus Wood's right-hand girl, Thaddeus Billman, aka Faggotius' own wife. Note how she calls Faggotius' son a she, and yet this man still thinks he's qualified to preach the gospel to unbelievers. He's a unicorn, everyone. Well, I'm going to read this. I just want to get everything. Grapus Wood's dogs leave me no life. No choice. I think that's all. Those two posts are what's left. Okay, let me find another Doom song. Where's the where's yeah, BFG division? Yeah, I mean, this is all fucked. like them going after his court documents and claiming he's like a rapist and all this stuff based off of offhand emails is fuck. Sam doing this is fuck, but this is why I say this is some like down low sector shit. I've been told that Thagadius, aka Thaddeus Billman, one of Grapus Wood's cult-following dogs, has tried to justify his failure as a husband and father in order to remain in ministry by trying to liken the situation with his son with the case of my daughters. So let me muzzle this filthy, vile, sad excuse of a human being, let alone a Christian. Unlike Thagadius' son, my daughters both love and follow the Lord Jesus, go to a Christian school, regularly attend church, and even chose to get baptized over a year ago of their own volition in order to show their commitment to Christ, and they did this without me living with them under the same roof. All glory to our merciful, loving God and Savior Jesus Christ for this grace upon my family. Don't get me wrong. I would have loved to have instructed them to look into the ancient church and find their home there. However, the seed has been planted, and by the grace of the Lord Jesus, they will find their way to the fullness of the truth. Now contrast this with Thagadius and his son, who identifies as a she, with the blessing and approval and support of his mother while living under Thagadius' authority and supervision. This means he is a pathetic, sad excuse of a husband and father, let alone a Christian, who could not reign in his son even though he was under his father's roof and care. It is one thing for his son to have come out of the closet after he had left Thagadius' house. It is another thing for him to do so while still living at home and with his mother's express support. And which Christian father would allow his wife to identify and describe his son as a she? The fact is, God has exposed this dog for his slander and lies against others, all the while hiding the vile, wicked, abominable lifestyle and sin of his household. Lord willing, I am going to do a session proving from the Holy Bible that neither he nor his handler Grapus Wood are fit for the ministry and must step down if they fear Christ, which they don't. I will also butcher their butchering of 1 Corinthians 7:12-16 to justify this man staying in ministry even though he is a disgusting failure as a husband and a father. So stay tuned for that. P.S. Remember that Thagadius' son's lifestyle did not begin late in life, but would have started when he was younger, which obviously means under Thagadius' supervision. This also means his lifestyle was being nurtured and supported by his mother. I do apologize for all this drama, since I don't want to do this. But Grapus Wood's dogs, they leave me no choice. It is not a coincidence that this is happening as I head out for the debates tomorrow, Lord willing. So pray for purity, safety, and supernatural anointing to magnify Christ. With that said, I want to see what was said to me, since this shows Thagadius is truly a demonic dog of Satan, whose goal is to slander folks he doesn't like, which is why God has exposed his deviant family members. Note that he admits here that there is no document, no written legal charge, where my ex ever accused me of doing what Grapus Wood did to two minors. He bases this on his belief that the witnesses came forward, that were not mentioned, who testified to this happening. Now let me destroy this wicked dog's lies. There has never been witnesses that ever testified to this lie and slander. Moreover, the only witnesses that came to the court proceedings were friends of mine. Specifically, I'll be this Assyrian guy. This means that this satanic cow is admitting to spreading hearsay based on no evidence whatsoever. The pig even lies about knowing my ex. Besides, he admits it is simply a belief of his and has no evidence because he wasn't there in court, which means he knows he is spreading lies and is guilty of defamation. Moreover, even if there were witnesses, which there were none, how could they know anything about what took place between my ex and I, unless they were given this lie and slander by my ex? In other words, this wouldn't be evidenced by multiple witnesses, but the slanderous accusation of a disgruntled ex-wife known by the witnesses for committing adultery and being abusive to me. Kind of a suicide felt there, Sam. As if this fat pig couldn't expose himself any further. Notice he admits that the divorce document is sealed, which means he doesn't know what's in it. Now, if it's sealed, then how does he know that there were witnesses? How does he know what was said? In other words, he just admitted to deliberately lying and slandering me. Like I said, when God wants to humiliate someone, he allows them to become stupid and incriminate themselves. Now the fat pig is daring me to sue him because he thinks I won't do so because I know he is right. He doesn't understand that I only hesitated to do so because I felt that God would expose this filthy pig in time. Glory to Jesus that time is now, since he has been hiding the fact that his son is openly transgender and his wife is openly supportive of this wicked, vile, abominable lifestyle. However, let me know what you think needs to be done to this jealous, demonized, lying, slanderous pig. Should legal matters be pursued or not? With that said, if this doesn't convince you that Grapist Wood is a son of Satan, who runs through with demonized dogs and cult followers, and who destroys everything he touches, then nothing will. And do pray for me that Christ purges and forgives me of this glory and empowers to glorify him till the end and to destroy the blasphemies of the Muslims and Mormons tomorrow. Christ is risen, risen indeed. And this is just Thad admitting that Sam's case is sealed, so he couldn't have really read any of these witnesses. Deformation is an option, everyone. And, you mentioned debates. Well, here's one debate, through all of this crazy shit, all this insane nuclear war, nuclear swinging at the transgender son war. You think, is this having any effect on, Sam's reach? And then 8 days ago, he gets, with 1.3 million views in this debate. And I'm just gonna play the first, minute of this, because Sam literally walks in and just threatens the guy. Just straight up. He's just like, I will destroy you.
Bring it up, it's over. Bring it up, bring it up, it's over. Bring it up, it'll be over.
Okay. Can you calm down?
Right.
Let's just take a break. Let's take a break.
Therefore, the Islamic dilemma, which is on the table, has not been established.
My friend, if the Bible scholars are right, the Quran is a lie.
Psalms 91 says he will be raised up. What do the Muslims believe? That he was saved by being taken up. Oh,
Forgive me for assuming that you, a Muslim, knew the Quran. Forgive me.
That's the point. The Bible has a bunch of contradictions.
And if you want to convince people to become Muslims, you'll be one of the best apologists for Christianity. You're going to drive them to Christ. You're talking to the old G. Don't tell the old G how to establish the Islamic dilemma, right? Can you just give me one prophecy?
Okay, let me explain. I'll explain it to you. Watch.
So the general consensus is that Sam totally destroyed him here. And like I said, 1.3 million views in 8 days. Now, to be fair, Thad did not take this sitting down, as you can imagine. And I actually haven't listened to this full video yet. I have listened to the next one we're going to listen to, where this is like the defensive video, and then the next one is Thad swinging back. And part of the problem here is that Thad is still sort of trying to couch all of this and trying to help people, but it's so disingenuous. It's so obvious that he is just swinging back. And so a lot of his video of him swinging back, I think I'll point it out when we watch it. I think he lands one glancing blow, and then there's one point at the end that I do think he kind of hits. So it's not all one-sided here. I'm going to take a piss and then I'll play this. All right, sorry. I also got a beer. I need to wet my whistle after screaming at Sam Shamoon for 20 fucking minutes. Okay, so like I said, this is the defensive one. I haven't pre-watched this one, so I'm not 100% sure what his defense will be. I assume he just sort of falls on his sword here and is like, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to keep him in the family while also addressing, obviously, his issues. That's what I guess would be the defense in this sector, if you're not going to just ignore it.
Has reached a new low, targeting my wife and son on social media.
We're under attack!
This video is my official response. I will outline what Sam has done and why it's wrong biblically. I will state my
biblically. Can you just be real, please? Can you just explain why? I don't. You know what? I've kind of explained this before, that you can kind of divide a line between the way a lot of people talk about or use religion online, between people who stand in front of the faith and people who stand behind it. This being the opening thing where I'm going to this feels like standing behind. I don't know. Because obviously Sam posted all that. It was like, it's bad. It's nuclear. It doesn't look good for either of them. And I feel like if you're going to respond at all, there is kind of a more sincere way than trying to turn this into another theology argument.
Doctrinal positions on the relevant issues. Finally, I will talk about my family situation and my own ministerial accountability. Due to the seriousness of the topic, I'll be doing it without any fancy edits. Just me talking directly to the camera. These are difficult topics, especially in light of my deep love for my wife and my deep love for my child. But they are also important to talk about due to my deep love for God and my deep commitment to His Word and commands.
I don't think the proper response to Sam is to cry.
I do have proof for everything I am saying, but feel it is better to speak directly and sincerely than try to vindicate myself with selected receipts. While I was out of town at an apologetics conference, Sam Shamoon took to social media to share photos that were obtained from my wife's social media. He lied about the origins of the photos, first claiming that God directed him to my Facebook page to expose me. One of the screenshots showed a friend comment auto-translated into Dutch, a language Sam's web browser is certainly not set to. When called out on this, his story changed to a trusted...
It was a public... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who sent it to him. It's a public account, man. This is such a dumb thing to focus on.
Brother sent them to him. That is also a lie. Subsequent conversation led to the actual source.
Sam will debate children and curse their horse. Yeah, Sam's a bastard. Like, he will get... and that is going to cover some of this in the next video. And I think it is a valid form of criticism.
A female going by Joe.
Say that there are some people I think he's fully justified in this, like adults who are adults who it's like a heated debate, and it's, just because the way Sam's format is, both to his credit and to create bad moments, Sam just goes live and lets anyone call in, which is kind of base. He's just like the ultimate gladiator who will let anyone in the audience in the Coliseum jump down and take him, and then he just fucking guts them. The problem is some of those people are children, and you think at a certain point you don't need to gut the child, right?
Of Arc on X, who appears to be very close to Sam. Thus, Sam first blasphemed by attributing his actions to God, then lied about the gender of the source to shield her from her sin. When Sam didn't get enough reaction from the initial post, targeting my wife, he made a second one, targeting my son. In both cases, he has changed his interpretation of the shared photos multiple times. The majority of his guesses are simply...
Kind of beer course. I love course.
Simply factually wrong. This shows unequivocally that Sam is engaged in gossip, passing on, or in this case creating...
I'll go back to the Muslim one after this.
Unconfirmed rumors about someone's personal life. In Romans 1, gossip is listed among the most serious sins, symptoms of the depraved mind that earns God's wrath.
It's because he's bald, he blacks out in the bald. Yeah, unironically.
This is the bad news. all of us are rejected by God in our natural state.
I think making this a theological argument when this is actually very serious and personal, if you're going to respond, is just really out of touch.
As Christians, the story doesn't end there. My wife's social media was intended to be private.
Then why was it public? You cannot.
Due to a security quirk, some pictures.
A security quirk. This is just the worst direction to go with all of it. Like, if he had come in here and said, "Look, guys, I know what it looks like. It's terrible and it hurt." You know what he should have said? He should have said, "You know what? The stuff that's been exposed. You know who it hurts more than anyone of you guys? It hurts me as the father." And I'm trying to work through this, and it's tough, and I understand that, I need to get my house in order. If you had just said something like that and said, "Let's make this a theology argument. You see, it was private, despite being set public because of a security quirk. Also, gossip is evil. Also, Sam's a rapist." Like, come on.
We're not private. Regardless, she is not a public figure, and my son is certainly not one either. There is no biblical justification for
Where in the Bible does it say that you can repost a public profile? Where in the Bible do they make a distinction between hacking and doxing? What the fuck are you talking about?
For making this a public issue. The Bible speaks of judging righteously, which necessarily requires knowledge beyond a couple of pictures you found online. The Bible does outline additional and different discipline.
What do you mean a couple of pictures? Oh, I got the Halal Hogan compilation. Thank you. I'll play that.
Public teaching, but that is not applicable to my wife or son. These biblical principles exist for multiple reasons.
Yes, thou shalt not sectorize the Religisphere. Thaddeus 111.
One cannot accurately know a private situation they are not involved in, and the goal of confronting sin is not to embarrass, but to lead one to repentance.
The goal in confronting Sam is not to... You guys accused him of being a rapist. You said that he forced his wife into sex. What the fuck? Can you just be real? Can these guys, for all the shit that you could criticize Sam for, from the way we do know he treated his wife, to some of the stuff that's going to get brought up in this next video about kind of, he basically streams with his daughters there, and so the daughters hear him screaming at people, which I do think is a problem. To him doing this and exposing this stuff, like, Sam does not... It's so much more, real. Like, Sam does not pretend to really be a good guy. Okay? And he understands that this is a personal feud. Now, even he will, exhort Christ and say that this is God smiting him or whatever. But he doesn't say, "Oh, I'm doing this to help you," like this. It's just, he at least doesn't go that far,
Repentance. Sam had a very different goal, as he unambiguously made clear. Revenge. In order to justify himself, Sam lied and said I first attacked his family. I never did that, but even if I did, vengeance is not sufficient justification to sin, according to the Bible.
Then what about all the shit you said about Sam? So basically his argument is, all the things we said about Sam were okay because we were trying to help him. But all the things Sam is saying about me is vengeance. This is why this was never going to work as a theology argument. Again, if he had just got here and been real and been like, "Look, the stuff you guys have seen sucks and it's really bad." And like I said, the exact thing he should have said is that the person that it hurts more than any of you guys or anyone else is me. And it's because it was my responsibility to do a better job. Like, if he had just said that, and he said that I'm trying to make things better. It's contentious within the family, but I'm trying to keep things together and it's tightrope, something like that. That would have been so much more relatable. I would have been like, okay, man. But this shit, this tiptoeing around, well, we are trying to help him, but he's doing vengeance, and the Bible says no doxing, and it was public, but only by a security quirk was public.
Thus, Sam's posts were highly sinful for multiple reasons,
They
independent.
aren't there all the time, Deadeye, but there are some examples where they are, and they're not good. Like I said, I do think that that's a legitimate point that is going to make against Sam here in the next video. Most of the rest of it is kind of bullshit, though.
Of their content. As to the content, Sam has changed his story several times, so it's hard to know his exact claim. But the gist is...
His exact claim is that your wife supports the transition of your son, and they live under your roof and you're not divorced, and that therefore they are under your authority, and that you need to get your house in order, and it makes you look bad. That's it, really. It makes you look bad. It makes you look weak. It makes you look like you don't actually have control over your household. It's not really a theological argument. It's just sector mudslinging. And this is what I mean when I say, like, these guys are speedrunning, because they have no immune system to some of this stuff. Back when I was kind of because I had an interaction with Thad. I had a back and forth with him in the comments. I had the stream going over it. And I kind of, this is before this had heated up this much. And I kind of just explained some really basic principles of this shit, of like internet drama and stuff. And they just don't get it. There's just no immune system response at all. It's because they're so dedicated to the idea that this is some uplifted community that is doing serious work that they do not understand what this really is, which is just internet drama with a religious coat of paint.
That my wife and son are both engaged in some form of LGBT activity. So let me first address the underlying doctrinal questions. The Bible unambiguously makes it clear that homosexual acts are sinful and a major symptom of the depraved mind. The Bible doesn't speak of any sort of queer identity, likely because the concept did not exist.
We all know this. You didn't need to explain this. Like, we all know it's a problem, and so then you just say, yeah, this is a problem within my house, and I pray that God gives me the strength to deal with it in a way that keeps my family together. And it's tough.
In the ancient world. This alone tells us that such identity is not biologically determined, but rather a modern invention. Whether talking about homosexuality, transgenderism, or other queer identities, the proper response is acknowledgement of the sin and treatment to overcome it, not affirmation under false identity doctrine, which ultimately amounts to saying, I am my own God. Again, I unequivocally recognize activities and identities labeled as queer to be sinful. I will not go into specifics, but let me state unequivocally, my son is currently in grave sin. He is well aware of my feelings, but is also an adult who has to make his own choices. I feel like a failure as a parent.
This should have been the start. What he's saying here, it should have been the start. It should have been, I'm trying to work this out, but I have to both balance not pushing my son away with, helping him, right?
And shed tears over his rebellion against God. I wonder often what I could have done differently. But also,
this is so fake and performative. Just be real. Like, when Sam is writing out his insane screeds with a million type, spelling errors and stuff, I can tell that he's just going off, right? As good or bad as they are. But this just is so, the Oscar is not going to go to this.
So no, I can't change the past.
This would be a good candidate for, if we did our own Golden Guns. It's like, apology of the year or some shit.
The only thing I can act on is the here and now. I love my son deeply and want the best for him. I could disown him, but what would that accomplish? I'd rather be part of his life and try to positively influence him back to God's truth.
Why was this not at the start? This is what you should have said at the start with a little less performance.
I can honestly say that I try to do what is best for him, even when it's not what he wants.
Damn,
my
he's
wife
got,
has a
stage directions and everything. Where he's just like, and after that, look down, sigh, look up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, jazz hands. Let's go.
Believing the most loving thing she can do is support my son's choices. I love her deeply, more than anything in this world, and I respect her greatly. That doesn't mean I ignore the Bible. We've had many conversations and occasionally verbal fights about this. But ultimately...
But you lost all of them, apparently. Also, why are you verbally fighting with your wife about this topic? You do understand that the way you convince women is not through argumentation, right? It's through like authority and by like living out the values. Like women follow; they aren't convinced. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, but this sounds gay, is what I'm saying.
An adult and needs to make her own choices as well. To suggest otherwise would be an abusive Muslim or worldly attitude.
Yeah, I'm not saying hit anyone. Like, it's just the way you convince women is not by sitting them down and having a theology debate, is what I'm saying. Like, obviously, that's just not the way women are convinced of things or like believe things. It's not necessarily lesser. It's just different. They relate to the world differently. Like, both genders relate to the world differently.
My wife, as Christ loved the church, does not mean beating, emotionally, verbally, or physically, my will into her, even if it is a matter of doctrine. God wants a loving relationship.
Okay, don't use the word doctrine when you're part of a church without doctrine.
Not slavish obedience out of fear. And the best thing I can do for everyone—
fear of God is the beginning of wisdom.
in my life is to model that kind of relationship while standing firm on God's truth. That brings us to the other half of the story, the good news. We have indeed all sinned and fallen short of God's standards. My son is a sinner. My wife is a sinner. And I too am a sinner. We all need God's grace, or there is no hope for us. Fortunately, because God is love, he came and died for us while we were still sinners.
Yeah, I don't need the doxology here. You don't need to read me the standard statement of faith. Anyone watching this video knows this.
He didn't come to use our sin as a weapon against us, as those of the world will do, but rather to save us from it. Christ Jesus, God in the flesh, took the guilt of our sins upon himself and died on the cross. With his death, our sins are destroyed, paid in full, but it doesn't end there. On the third day, he rose from the dead, proving himself greater than our sin. He ascended into heaven, imputing his righteousness upon us, so that when we are judged, it is not our sin that is judged, but rather the righteousness of God himself. Our responsibility is simply to accept the gift by placing our trust in God and God alone. This is the gospel
message. This is just a doxology. This is just the basic Christian generic doxology. We all know this. We all know this. This video needed to be 3 minutes, and it's basically the part from here to here. Also make it a little less performative, and that should have been the entire video. All of the rest of this is just pignosis, I guess.
Message. Believe, that is trust, and be saved. It is my hope. It is my hope for my family. And it is my hope for all of you, even Sam. Stop trusting in yourself.
That if you need help learning how to do a dramatic reading, just listen to the Shamoon segment. Listen to me screaming Sam's post.
In your own miserable works.
Love being an antinomian cuckold. Yay!
And place your trust in God. Acknowledge your sins and need of a Savior. Repent.
100% Shrek Snow. You know what's funny? One of the things that got me streaming originally was me and my friends used to always joke about how keynote it would be if there was somehow a scenario where Sam was on the kill stream. Like, just any kind of interaction between Sam and Ralph would just be incredible.
Of your sin.
I'll look at the comments.
Believe.
I know that they're all ass pats.
In the free gift of grace, accepting Christ's sacrifice, and welcome the indwelling Holy Spirit into your life to guide you until the day comes when you are in full relationship with God in heaven. The gospel is available to everyone and should be preached by every Christian. Yet the Bible sets up additional requirements for those who seek to represent the visible church on earth in a leadership capacity. I, unlike what Sam falsely claims about himself, am in subjection to ministerial authority. All the people I am in subjection to were aware of my family situation.
Wait, so you actually have I guess it would be a pastor who says that you're all good and you have authority? I guess it's better than David Wood. David Wood doesn't have that, assuming he's, telling the truth.
The truth of it, not Sam's speculations, before Sam's latest sin. I have talked with them in detail again this week. I am open to correction and discipline, including leaving public ministry. But no one...
Okay. Elusive, rare Thaddeus Dub. Because that statement right there, that if I am told by my ministerial superiors to fuck off, I will do it, is more than David Wood said. David Wood refused to even entertain that idea after the gambit. And if you go back to the stream where we went over his whole cope stream with Jai, he straight up refused any possibility of that, which really was telling about what his motives are.
that actually knows the situation.
Like even if that is just saying that, that's still better than David Wood.
Discipline is needed at this time. This video will also be reviewed before it is released to you and revised according to such authorities' requests. I will close by saying Sam needs to do the same. Submit to authority, actual authority willing to hold you accountable to the biblical standards you abuse to undermine others. This isn't going away, Sam. Your attempt to use my family against me reveals your heart.
You tried to... I don't have sympathy. Like, I already said, like, what... Sam digging into this stuff is pretty low. It's very sector. But you can't say it was completely unprovoked, okay?
You don't want people saved. You want to exert vengeance on your enemies. You don't submit to authority. You seek to abuse it against those who hold you accountable. And you don't love God. You seek to manipulate him. No one has ever claimed...
Wait, this is the most real emotion he's had all video, and it's insane that Sam's going to hell.
You are unfit for online ministry because of the sins you publicly allege happened in your own ill-ordered household. Sins which were, according to you, never repented of. Likewise, no one claims that you're unfit because of the many, many personal and familial ties you've left broken. Rather, you are unfit because of your continual, unrepentant sin, including the abuse of God's word for your own selfish aims and glory, a problem which you have just illustrated again. Leave ministry, repent, and get your life straight.
So we went from, I am wrong for this, I will leave if asked, to, Sam, I hereby declare you must leave.
Before it's too late.
Thaddeus epic rant. Well, yeah, okay, so I do know that that's a theory, is that one of the reasons why Thad was such a willing merc before he got personally involved is because Sam used to be Calvinist. Although I don't really think these guys care so much about that. I don't know, maybe. I can't take this shit no more. They're calling my son a tranny. I can't take this shit no more. The Bible says doxing is illegal. The Bible says the profile is private, even when it's public. Its essence is public, but its energies are public, but its essence is private. Okay, so here's the other one. Oh wait, no, I said that I would do I would put that debate back on. You wanted to hear a little more of it.
Bring it up, it's over. Bring it up, it'll be over.
Okay. Can you? Psalms 91 says he will be raised up. What do the Muslims believe? That he was saved by being taken up. Oh,
forgive me for assuming that you, a Muslim, knew the Quran. Forgive me.
That's the point. The Bible has a bunch of contradictions.
And if you want to convince people to become Muslims, you'll be one of the best apologists for Christianity. The Islamic dilemma, right?
You brought it up.
Doctor knows
I didn't
let's go talk. Let's go talk outside real quick.
Hold,
are we going to talk about debate?
Yes.
Stop this appeal to sympathy. You addressed it online. Let people judge whether I was wrong or not.
Whoa, Giga Chat attitude. You address it once, let people decide.
To the topic.
I will get to the topic.
Okay, so don't bring it up because I'm not going to apologize because you don't know the context of my statement.
This is a Christian platform, correct?
So he's appealing to Christianity.
So all
Christianity you don't know
but
that
I can't
you
make
abandoned?
him apologize. He doesn't want to apologize.
If you want to talk about insults, we can bring up your prophet insulting people.
You can bring those things
We
up.
can do that. So let's get to the topic for the love of your God. Let's not play this game, man.
It's not a game. I swear it's not a game.
Okay, so let's get to the topic.
This is about decency.
Brian, I'm telling him one more time. If he changes the topic, he can leave. There's no debate.
Wow, he's kicking him out of not even his own spot. He's about to expel him.
You play these games, you can go.
I've definitely prepared a lot for this discussion. I'm very happy to have it.
Want to debate, or you can just.
I'm happy to talk about this topic.
Okay,
I'm very happy to talk
you
about this
bring
topic.
it up, it's over.
Look at his corpulent kingly frame.
Bring it up, it's over. Bring it up, it'll be over.
Okay. Can you?
Here we go.
Can you calm down?
Brian,
let's just take a break. Let's take a break.
You're
Brian,
talking.
I'll be back for the Mormons.
Let's just take a break. Let's just take a break.
I'll be back for the
Let's
Mormons.
just take a break.
I am happy. I prepared this. I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's just take a break.
I'll be back for the Mormons, Brian.
Hold on. Look. Today we're going to be discussing the Islamic dilemma. Okay. Would you like to start, Sam?
Sure. I mean, however he wants. He can lead it if he wants.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, my assertion is that the Quran depends on the Bible, not the other way around. You can't make sense of much of the Quran without the Bible. I mean, that's the assertion. So if you want to go into examples, we can. It's up to you.
Okay.
He's wearing this Jordan shirt. Like he's trying to look all nice, and Sam looks like he just rolled out of bed in his like Jordan shirt and basketball shorts and his coffee.
So the
Just
Islamic
give a
dilemma,
fuck.
I will define it as like a promise, if you will. And what is the promise? The promise is that there are Christian preachers that say, listen, the Christian audience.
Sam can be nice to people. There are times where, due to one reason or another, he can be very charitable. But then other times where he's like literal children will call in that aren't mean at all, or even aren't even that are Christian, and he'll just go crazy.
That are trying to evangelize and preach
takes over.
to their Muslim friends. They can grab a copy of the Quran and they can point to certain verses that are going to demonstrate that today's Bible is fully authentic. That seems like they're promising this. They're saying, look, you can do this. This is what the Islamic dilemma is all about. Okay? Now, I want to differentiate that from the commentary dilemma. And the commentary dilemma, I will concede. It's a term
What do
I
you
came
mean
up
by
with.
commentaries dilemma?
Perfect. The commentary dilemma, which is just, I'm making this up, so just bear with me.
I'm making this up.
It's just the idea of saying when we go into the commentaries of various Islamic scholars for the past 1,400 years, you will find that some scholars will say it seems that the Bible is preserved and authentic. And there is the vast majority that will say, no, there has been corruption. And we could go back and forth and say, well, some scholars say this and some scholars say that, and that could be turned into a commentary dilemma. But I just want to remind the audience that this is a promise of the Islamic dilemma. It's about the Quran. And so I'm imagining a Christian audience at home waiting and saying, show me the verse. So I can go to the mosque and say, this is the verse that proves that the Bible's authentic, and that's exactly what I'd like to address.
It's fine. So I'm going to show you that the Quran does confirm the Bible by what I just said. That the Quran depends on the Bible. Without the Bible, you can't make sense out of the Quran. So you ready for some examples?
Go ahead.
In Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, 27-32. Can you read that for me?
Chapter 5.
Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, 27-32.
And Sam will be able to recite this. He literally has it all memorized. He has like the Quran memorized, the Bible memorized in like multiple languages. It's just fucking crazy.
Read that for me. You can
And
read
recite
it.
to them the story of the two sons of Adam,
Yes.
Adam's two sons in truth, when they both offered a sacrifice to Allah, and it was accepted from one of them, but was not accepted from the other. Said the latter, I will surely kill you. Said the former, indeed, Allah only accepts the righteous, in other words, those who fear Him. Keep going.
Keep going, 32.
If you should raise, so we're going to take our time. We're going to have a nice long.
Yeah,
exactly.
We're going to take our time. Sure.
Yeah,
Very
relax.
clean
It's like-
conversation.
Sure. If it's long, I mean, okay. If you should raise your hand against me to kill me, I shall not raise my hand against you to kill you. Indeed, I fear Allah, Lord of the worlds. Indeed, I want you to obtain thereby my sin and your sin. So you will be among the companions of the fire, and that is the recompense of the wrongdoers. And his soul permitted to him the murder of his brother. So he killed him and became among the losers. Then Allah sent a crow searching in the ground to show him how to hide the disgrace of his brother. And he said, woe to me, I have failed to be like this crow and hide the body of my brother. And he became of the regretful. Because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done in the land, it is as he has slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as he has had saved mankind entirely. And our messengers had certainly come to them with clear proofs. Then indeed, many of them, even after that, throughout the land, were transgressors.
Remember what my argument is. The Quran needs a Bible. Without the Bible, you can't make sense out of it. So from the Quran, who are the two sons? What are their names?
Okay, so I'm going to answer. The Quran doesn't mention their height, their name, their eye color, their hair color. It just says two sons of Adam.
Who killed who?
One killed the other.
Who are they?
They are the sons of Adam.
And who are they?
That's
you don't have an answer. Good. Now, Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:20 to 26. Read that for me.
We're going to keep doing this?
Yeah. That's what I
You're
said.
going to keep actually citing your source?
We can go long because this is going to, I guess if we just...
Read it, man.
Yeah,
Look,
sure,
he's
sure.
So you didn't have an
scared.
answer.
He's
'cause
stalling.
Without the Bible, you can't answer it. So you're confirming my case. So now go to Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:20 to 26.
Does the Bible mention their height or their weight?
What's that got to do with who killed
I agree.
who?
I agree.
No.
I agree.
Don't attack strawman. Now, you're a professor. So I'm
I'm
going to
not a
ask you, Professor.
Yeah, sure.
Don't attack strawman.
I wasn't a strawman.
Well, no one cares about how we weight. We want to know their identity because we want to know who's guilty of
Yes, it's clearly about Abel and Cain, and it's really important which brother killed the other because of like the descent of the genealogy of man and also everything else. Because the verse then goes on to talk about how one is righteous, one is the loser, or whatever, and all this other stuff. But you wouldn't know who is who. It doesn't tell you who kills who.
What are their names?
Actually, their names aren't necessarily to teach the lesson. You don't need a name. That's not true.
Yes, you do. If you're appealing to the people at that time, because it says the children of Israel. Where do you find that command?
Exactly, the children of Israel. You have to know their descent. You have to know who they're descended from. It's the whole like table of genealogy, the table of Noah and everything.
The children of Israel, Surah 5:32.
Oh, here we go. Now we're going.
No, you're in the
else?
same passage because you're saying it doesn't. Yes, because it assumes prior knowledge. That prior knowledge is the Bible. So your Quran depends on the Bible, so it makes my case. Because when I ask you in Surah 5:32, where is that command found that was given to the children of Israel?
It's by God mentioning in the Quran what He has done in history.
To the children of Israel, read the verse.
Yeah, because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel. God can tell us.
Where is that? Where's that found?
God is telling us in the Quran, this is what He has done.
But it's the children of Israel, right?
Yes, He said that.
He does know the names, but the logic is that the Quran does not know the names. And so Sam's whole argument is that the only way you would know the names you would not be able to know the names if you just relied on the Quran. You'd have to have the Bible.
Where in their source do you find that?
Okay, I'm going to answer.
Go ahead.
God doesn't need to say, when I created Adam, for example, by the way, let me give you the reference where I talked about creating Adam to different prophets. He doesn't have to do that.
That's not my argument.
I'm just giving an example. Yeah. He can simply say, God can declare to his prophet Muhammad ﷺ, in the past I gave commands to the Israelites. That's what he's saying.
Who are the Israelites? The Israelites are a patrimony. They're a tribe that are descended from someone.
This is what I commanded them.
And how do you confirm that he did?
I'm saying that, do you understand the Islamic dilemma?
You want to teach me it?
I know. I think you're the OG.
Don't attack Strawman.
You're the captain. You're the captain of the ship.
Don't attack Strawman.
He's already said he's the captain.
You're making my case without realizing it, because this assumes prior knowledge of the previous scriptures, so that the audience will know the detail by going to the Bible.
Or if they don't, or if they.
How can they confirm that?
It's not saying you have to confirm anything.
No, if I'm a Jew or I'm a Christian and I read that, where am I going to go to confirm whether the Quran got it right?
You have just inserted so many ideas that are not.
Read Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:20 to 26?
Can you just take 1 second?
Yeah, but you made my point, but go ahead. You made my case.
What I'm saying is that nowhere in here does it say anything about the necessity to appeal to a certain group and then therefore getting reference.
You're attacking Strawman again.
May I just finish the sentence?
But I'm just trying. We have to interact. You're attacking Strawman.
I know, but I'd like to finish.
Can you steelman my position?
I would like to finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
This is about the Islamic dilemma.
Yeah.
So that means there are Christian students of yours that really like you and appreciate how much hard work you've done. With your I actually appreciate your smiling. You have a very nice smile.
This guy is such a cock.
Really. No. I want to make
go
this
ahead.
more positive.
Because I don't want you to accuse me of cutting you off. But go ahead.
Thank you. No. I'm trying to make this. I really do want to make this a positive conversation.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
And all I'm trying to say is that if God declares to his prophet, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, or any other prophet, and says, "This is what I have done in the past," there's no need. You're inserting this idea that that implies that he must have a reference, and if he doesn't have the reference, then there's a problem. And I'm just simply saying, or you could just take a plain reading of the text, and God is saying, this is what I've done in the past.
You want to repeat my point again?
You can repeat it.
Okay, because you just confirmed my point again.
Sure.
Okay, let me repeat it again. Hopefully we can stay on topic. You can steelman me. I'm not saying that the Quran has to tell you where it's at. What I'm saying is the Quran already assumes this information is known and you have access to it. Hence, the Quran presupposes the Bible.
Good. Can I respond?
Well, I'm giving like 2-second responses. Okay. Now, can you steal my response? Steal my response. What?
No,
Steel man, my response.
I actually plan on asking a question.
Yes.
Why does it have to? Oh man, I wish you didn't. Can you just say that last portion again? Can you repeat that?
When the Quran mentions these stories, without going into detail, it's because the Quran already assumes prior knowledge of this information that people had access to. So the question is, where do they find that information? In the Bible.
Great. Now let's say God is speaking to.
Are there any good books or? I don't know, because I didn't really learn about it off YouTube. I can't really think of any specific channels. I'm sure that they do exist. It's really interesting because when you start to learn about sort of the development of rabbinical Judaism, where basically it had to come to terms with after Christ, like they had to basically reinvent the entire concept of the Messiah. And there's some writing from Origen that's really interesting, where he talked about how there's basically two factions of Jews in Egypt. Some that were trying to make the case that the Messiah was still to come, and they were losing the argument because obviously the temple had been destroyed by that point. And so the Messiah needed to have come, or else Judaism is abolished if the temple is destroyed. And you can't do sacrifices. And then the second faction, which Origen says was growing and was winning, is the faction that reinterpreted Isaiah 53 to believe that the Jews themselves were the Messiah. And that is the theology that's present in rabbinical Judaism and in the Talmud. There's a very interesting verse in the Talmud, not verse, but section of the Talmud that talks about how there was a guy who was very clearly, basically, for lack of a better term, prophet from God. Because he had proven it through these miracles and whatnot, and the rabbis basically voted to exile him and said that he wasn't. And then there's a part where God literally says that my people have overcome me, and that's because if you believe that you, the chosen people, are yourself the Messiah, it essentially means that you are God, which is a novel theology past Second Temple Judaism. And it's why secularism and atheism and stuff are essentially just watered down forms of Judaism, rabbinical Judaism, because it's not so much that the Jews don't believe in God, it's that they are opposed because they believe themselves to be the actual God. And there's all sorts of, there's a lot of evidence. And, if you talk to like regular Jewish people, they'll never say that because they just honestly don't know. They'll say, oh, I'm a atheist Jew or whatever. And it sounds like a contradiction, but it's really not when you look at the theology that way.
You're right. There's a Christian audience, a Jewish audience, but there's also a pagan audience.
Sure.
They don't need any references. They can just see that God is revealing and telling his messenger.
No, they would too. They would need. Okay,
let me say. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with God saying, this is what I've declared in the past to the Israelites. If a completely ignorant pagan audience hears that, they don't need to.
This is why, for example, like modern Jews, they don't like to draw crosses. That's where the slur comes from Ellis Island. It's also why they'll say Xtianity, because they do believe that the God of Christianity exists. Like God does exist. Just they're opposed to him because they believe themselves to be the superior God. It's a really important thing to understand. If they didn't think that the God of Christianity exists or Christ had any power, they wouldn't care about the symbolism.
To insert everything you're just saying. All they have to do is say, okay, so God is declaring that this is what happened in the past. That's fair.
Can I respond to that?
Of course, please.
For a pagan to know that Muhammad is not making it up about the tales of the Jews and Christians, who do they go to confirm whether Muhammad got it right?
Okay, that in here, there's no mention of confirmation. Would you like to go to some other verse?
That's not what no. Let me repeat my question again.
So I can respond to it.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem also is that, like I said, when he's talking about the blessings of the children of Israel, the way you determine who the children of Israel are by a patrimony. All right, this is a really interesting debate. If I was on my own time, I would probably sit here and listen to it, but the rest of it. But we still have Thad swinging back, of course. So I want to do that. And like I said, most of this video is kind of filibustering and lame, but I do think that there's like a glancing blow here, and he kind of makes a point towards the end, and I think you guys will know what I mean.
Manipulate you. Hasimo Sam Shamoon just threatened to steal from his daughter.
And to be clear, that this video is, I'm pretty sure, almost immediately after the last one. So he went from crying on the defense to like almost directly to swinging. So this is the crying video. Before this, he has like a shitting on Sam. I think this is the one we watched last time. One of these we watched before. This is a hyper clip of the wife beating thing. The problem is Sam has talked about this a lot, so 1 minute isn't really, I don't think, really fair, but
if people don't start donating more money. Yes, the same Sam who mentions 20 times every stream how much he loves his daughters. Which raises the question, does he really love his daughters? Or
yeah, so the big claim that he makes in this video that's kind of indefensible and impossible to prove, that straight up tries to make the case that Sam equivocally does not love his daughters, which is crazy argument to make. Just basically unverifiable, short of some extreme examples. But there's a couple other things in here that conduct he does point out that I think he has a point.
are they just pawns in his narcissistic game of Sam above everything?
If I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, but have not love, I am nothing.
To all the Sam Glazers and wannabes out there, let me make it clear. This video is not about attacking Sam's daughters. Sam's lack of love for them is a reflection on his own disgusting character, not the girls. Don't fall for his manipulation and lies. Listen to what he's actually saying and ask yourself, does this man actually care about anyone but himself? Now, let's dive in. Hasimo Sam Shamoon loves to put on a show. He wants you to know he loves his daughters.
I love my daughters, and that's why I'm angry.
Really loves them.
Replenish us, refresh us, regenerate us, my angels, my daughters, whom I ache. That is another hole in my heart. Our loved ones.
Indeed, he mentions them in every prayer. But take a close listen to how he mentions them.
Pray for me. Pray hard, strict discipline. Spiritually fit.
Mormonism is more like a revived Gnosticism with Masonic ritualistic elements.
Physically, I need to eat healthier, a lot of cardio to get leaner, my heart healthier for my daughters.
I will suffer no high elf to speak fucking pwned.
You catch that? He is asking God to grant him his own selfish desires for the sake of my daughters. They won't get any benefit if his prayer is granted, but it's for their sake. Why? Because Sam thinks he can manipulate God.
She is a whore from the pit of hell. May the Lord Jesus, who loves my daughters.
Now, okay, this is also a weak part. That unironically like sides with a female divorce court judge, which I feel like among this audience of like broadly conservative religious people is not the angle to take. Like, no one likes these fucking divorce court female lawyers. There's so many statistics to show that they're totally fucked. I don't know why he spends any time on this.
Repay her for the sake of my daughters. I am too wicked to ask the Lord to avenge me. May the Lord Jesus arise in defense of my daughters and avenge these angels from this judge, this whore.
Or at least his audience,
Going
whom
off
he
on
is
the judge.
constantly looking to for approval as he prays for all to see. Indeed, Hasimo is constantly using his daughters to manipulate you into giving him money.
Now, I do want to be this kind of prophet because I need to support my daughters and I in ministry if the Lord Jesus is pleased. So pray I don't lose support. Pray in Jesus' name that the Lord blesses the ministry financially, PayPal, Patreon.
God bless the girl.
So I can take care of my daughters. PayPal, Patreon is how I get support to provide for my daughters, for myself, and use it for the work of the Lord. Pray that it never decreases.
He has thrived for years with these tactics, taking in more than $100,000 a year.
Now, his calculation here is a little fucked. He says that he must make over 100K because of the tax liability, but then also says he owes money to the IRS for back taxes, which means that he could be paying previous year's taxes, and therefore it isn't representative of his income. Also, Thad doesn't seem to understand what a graduated tax rate is, so he thinks it's like a flat 35%, but that's not the way it works. There's the effective tax rate as well.
Strangely, he's been hiding that money from the government, was caught, and now...
Again, this is the other one. It's like, Sam is trying to pay the least taxes possible. He's hiding from the government. Based? What? Like, what?
Owes the IRS massive penalties.
Then they penalize me. So I'm now trying to play catch up, trying to pay back taxes, current taxes, about $40,000.
Yeah, this is wrong. Like, no, 35% tax. He doesn't understand what graduated income is.
They then destroy you into taxes.
Sorry, graduated tax rate.
They take what, over 35% of your taxes?
Well, maybe not so strangely when we consider he's done this before. In his divorce case, he reported that his income had mysteriously dropped from $116,500.
Again, trying to not pay this fucking ransom through this shitty divorce court judge that, like, for all intent, like, I totally believe scammed him because that's what the statistics suggest. Again, this is not an L to me. This is, I don't know why Thad is taking this position. This is like a very unpopular position.
To $50,081 in 1 year. When he could provide no explanation for the discrepancy, the court called cap and awarded child support based on his estimated income. Sam fled the state to avoid paying and twice tried to appeal.
This is not Ralphian.
All the while lying to his audience about how Michelle's greedy lawyers had appealed to get more of his money.
Pray God will protect the finances.
Pray God will protect. God bless the goal.
For this money so I can use it again on my feet and that these wicked, greedy lawyers won't come after them. Pray protection that the Lord will save me from them getting their hands on it. The corrupt judge, this filthy judge of the devil, these corrupt lawyers are still trying to steal my money. The money that God has given me through you, the provision through you, my brothers, sisters.
Think about that. Sam lied to the government about his income and fled the state to avoid paying his daughter's reasonable support.
So I drive tomorrow, and Lord willing, I'll be there the latest Saturday. Beg God to destroy this wicked, evil decision of this judge, to rebuke, chasten this judge, this dog, to keep her away from me and her lawyers, and preserve the money he's given me to get on my feet. So I'm leaving.
Now Sam is happy to tell David he must submit to the government, even if it's pagan and corrupt.
So don't tell me, well, America's corrupt, the government's corrupt, we don't need to submit to it. You don't get more corrupt than the Babylonians and the Romans.
He does submit to it, though. Like, he does submit to it. He is contending the legal process, which is his right. He's not committing crimes. He's not rioting in the streets. Like, come on, man.
Tell me, but the government is pagan and we're not obligated. Then you're stupid. You know what you're talking about.
But when it comes to paying his daughters what they're owed, he refuses to submit to the government. Rules for David, but not for Sam. Even when submitting is for the sake of his daughter's health and well-being. Absolutely disgusting.
Way to bring David Wood in here to confirm that you're just this little gator-ass bitch.
And for the record, David is in submission to the government.
As if you don't have enough personal reason to swing at Sam, man. Like, just be honest. Just be like, yeah, he humiliated me and posted my wife and son, daughter yeah. Just say that. Like, you don't need to be like, actually, this is an elaborate defense of statutory rapist Wood.
Sam is just abusing the Bible when he claims otherwise.
But because he's a spiritual bastard of his father devil, he wouldn't know that.
Hasimo's manipulation tactics must really be failing him, though, as he just decided to up the stakes. Last week, after claiming his donations have dropped, he remarked,
always pray for the support. Why? Because these guys know I'm in full-time support. They know the way to get me out is to lose support, where eventually I have to step away. That's what they want. Now, thank the Lord Jesus, I have been saving money for my daughters. It's theirs. I save it for them.
So, like, he says this like it's a bad thing, but so it's not even like he's going to try to make the argument that he does waste money on himself, and maybe there is some truth to that. But, like, the money he's disputing regarding the child support and alimony or whatever, and that's a distinction that Thad failed to make, is how much of what he's disputing is alimony and how much is child support. But he is still saving money for them.
But if it happens where I dip into it, they understand. This is what Baba does until I can do something.
Do you have any evidence these guys have seen your videos, or are they oblivious? Well, I've had a direct interaction with both Thaddeus and and David Wood, and I was the one to tell Sam to watch Harmful Opinions video, and he did listen.
Someone else.
Did you catch that?
And this
Sam
is all in public. I don't have I don't have secret DMs with anyone. It's just me commenting.
blames me and David for his audience abandoning him, not his own disgusting behavior.
That's what they want.
Says it's okay if he loses support because he's been saving money.
Now, thank the Lord Jesus, I have been saving money for my daughter.
Then
the other issue is he kind of tries to make the argument that Sam lives like a decadent lifestyle and that he should cut back instead of taking the money from his daughters. I think that's like a glancing blow. What doesn't help is that whenever Sam streams, he looks like he's living in a fucking hovel. Like, this guy's not streaming from a mansion. This guy's not like flexing. He shows up to the debates in like a 40-year-old Jordan's t-shirt and shorts. Like, this guy does not look like he's living large, you know?
Immediately contradicts himself and says he'll spend it if he needs to, i.e., if you don't donate now.
But if it happens where I dip into it...
But wait, it's theirs, right?
It's theirs.
So what he's saying is he'll steal from his daughter's money if you don't donate. But don't worry, they'll understand.
They understand. This is what Baba does.
I'm sorry.
Also, like the grifting argument, it's like, oh, he's grifting, he's asking for money. David Wood literally does sponsorships for care packages to Israelis, saying that Israeli grandmothers are starving if you don't buy these care packages. Like, David Wood is monetized up the ass, and for like the worst shit. So and normally you say, well, this isn't David Wood, this is Thaddeus, right? Well, who brought David Wood into this earlier, 2 minutes ago in the video? He did.
But a man who
He made the direct comparison. He was like, well, David Wood pays his taxes. It's different. He's in full compliance. Sam is, okay, well, then let's continue the comparison.
Actually loves his daughters, doesn't take from their support to feed his own ego and need to be online. I would give my last dollar for my son, but not Sam.
They understand. This is what Baba does.
What a pig. Never mind that Sam should have plenty of money. He makes more.
How do you know? How do you know how much it costs for him to go through the family courts? Again, I just... This might kind of be a point if Sam didn't look like he was living like in a literal hut and like he doesn't look rich. The guy really does not look rich.
More than most Americans. Never goes anywhere and should have minimal expenses. Where is all the money going? Is Sam wasting it all on food? Or is he giving it to gamblers to lose?
This part 2 is kind of a glancing blow because he does provide 2 witnesses. And this is bad if this is true.
Did in the past to avoid paying child support.
I know personally that he gave over $10,000 to a gambler to withhold money from his children as child support. And the guy spent it on gambling.
He's been given tens of thousands of dollars by people for ministry.
Now, I tried to ask some people who these 2 guys are, specifically. So Anthony Rogers apparently has worked with Sam in the past, or they've appeared together. This other guy, Truth Defenders, the first guy, though, is not. I don't know. Like, I don't know how, if both these guys are even really in a position to be saying this, but he is providing 2 witnesses for this, which is, I don't know. It's tough if this is true. The one thing I was thinking about this. One thing I don't really understand is how would he be hiding money by giving it to gamblers? Because you can't write off gambling losses. You know, like that's still income. You still appreciated that income, realized that income. I should say it would still count for taxes. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't report it, and then they can't find it because he gave it away. That's the idea. And you know the way streaming is, like everyone doesn't pay their taxes. Tax-free, bish, right?
That he's put into the hands of gamblers who have just squandered it away.
And sadly, this is not the first time he threatened to steal his daughter's money. A month ago, he threatened to use it to fly David and AP to Israel to debate him.
So one thing I have heard about Anthony is it's possible that Anthony, when he says that, is just repeating what he heard from that Truth Defenders guy. I don't know. Like, I don't want to muddy the waters. So what I'm saying here is that this part is a big question. I'd like to know more about both the, like, where they're getting that.
My second debate challenge. Let me just get it out there. Guys, clip it. Make it go viral. I will personally pay for all their expenses. I promise you.
Yeah, okay. This point doesn't really land for me either. This idea that supposedly he's flagrant with his money by saying he'll pay for the expenses to make this debate happen, because let's be real, a debate like this, a real life debate in Israel between Sam and David, would make Sam all the money that he spent back. For real.
Brethren, I don't have a large base of people watch me or support, but I will take the money I have saved for my daughters. I promise you. They'll understand. It's for a noble cause.
No, Sam, feeding your ego is not a good cause. This also shows what he really means by money for my daughters, his own savings. Indeed, he often talks about how they'll get the money when he dies.
Pray if God wants me in ministry. Everyone's support I lose, someone will replace it. Keep it steady. I use the money lawfully to provide for my daughters, do the work of the Lord, pay bills, and leave them something on when I die.
Okay, but that he didn't just say leave them. He said also provide for his daughter. So that's disingenuous.
Pathetic. Sam manipulates you into filling his bank account under the pretense it's for his daughters. But they only get it if he doesn't spend it before he dies.
No, he said provide for my daughters and leave them something when I die.
That's not money for your daughters, Sam. That is money for yourself. Giving it to them in your will doesn't count.
I don't know. I'd rather leave my kids nothing and them not be trans.
Indeed, Sam claims the money is both theirs and for the ministry.
He provides my daily bread and has blessed me to be able to save money for my daughters and use that money also for the work of Jesus Christ.
Of course, for the work of Jesus really means to pay for Sam's daily needs and wants. If Sam doesn't get enough PayPal donations, he'll tap into his savings to live the life he wants. His comfort is
the
for
extravagant
Jesus,
life he wants. Again, like just watch any of his streams, he literally looks like he's in a motel room.
After all, and he surely deserves it more than his daughters.
You don't know the struggles I have with food and lust.
Hasimo clearly loves money more than his daughters, and has no problem using them to manipulate you into giving him more. But it's not just about money. Sam also hates his daughters because they remind him of his failed marriage. He justifies not sending support because his...
I'm surprised that Sam didn't chimp out at this and just leak all of his bank accounts. Because that's like what Sam does. When we did the stream before, during one of the first Thad Wood streams on Sam, where they were like going through emails of testimony against Sam, Sam just straight up pulled up his email and just started like reading. He like accidentally doxed like a bazillion people who sent him emails because he just didn't give a fuck. He just live pulled up his email and just started showing who were sending these emails, the context, what they were replying to that David Wood and Thad didn't show, and all this other stuff. And it was bad for him in the sense that it was irresponsible to dox a bunch of people's emails, even ones unrelated. But he didn't care. He just wanted to prove his point, and he did. He did pretty successfully defend himself, I think, from that.
Daughter has the nerve to hug her father. The one who is actually part of her life, not the sperm donor who fled the state to avoid paying child support.
Here's a man who is a known wife beater.
She's texting me after a month, sending me pictures here of this guy hugging my daughters. This faggot here. This faggot here. This.
Who I got Mexico? Oh, is it starting? Did it start yet? I do want to watch that. I don't know. It's hard to pick because I don't like England is like Hell Island now, even though it shouldn't be. It should be nice. And Mexico is Mexico. I mean, I'll probably be rooting for Mexico, to be real. I like Mexico and I like Mexicans. I just like them in Mexico, you know?
Son of the devil faggot hugging my daughters. You see it?
He abandoned his own children.
And preserve the money he's given me to get on my feet. So I'm leaving.
You'd think a father would be happy that his daughter is loving life, but not Sam. He didn't get to be at her volleyball game.
A daughter who goes to
and he should be mad about that. I think he's completely understandable to be mad about this, especially because from his perspective, he's the aggrieved party with his wife.
Tournaments without me being there.
Because of his own choices.
And my youngest daughter also is involved, and I have nothing to do with them.
And he wasn't there to hug her.
This guy hugging my daughters.
Again, because of his own choices.
And I have nothing to do with them.
So he's fully justified in denying her money he legally owes.
He said he is saving money. It's just in his own in his own recognizance, not through the court.
And now she wants me to send her 5,000. You believe it? No, thank you. I don't think so.
It doesn't end there. Sam will straight up tell you he knows his actions will cost him time with his daughters, but he doesn't care.
Every time I have to then repeat my history, my ex-wife, who has the key because my daughters are with her, can stop them from coming and visiting me. Now, receipts. Now, see, this will get me in trouble because she's going to get angry. Why? Well, facts don't lie. No one put a gun to your head to send me these text messages. It may cost me not seeing my daughters. The people who love me and pray for me, support the ministry, I have to explain that to them.
Does Sam actually need to show these private text messages?
Well, at one point you're saying that he's hoarding money, he's not paying his taxes, he's spending his daughter's saved money, and now you're mad that he's talking about it? Like, which do you want? Do you want transparency or not?
Of course not. But his ego demands he do it anyway. Vindicating himself with manipulated, out-of-context messages obtained through abuse of Michelle is more important than seeing his daughters. Sam has no shame. He'll show you these messages, then beg you for money for his daughter's sake. Money which he'll then steal for himself because he needs it more. Who cares what the court says he should pay? Who cares what his daughters need? Sam knows.
Well, his argument would be that what the courts are saying is not correct.
Best.
Takbir al-Samu Akbar. Takbir al-Samu Akbar.
Hasimo's lack of love for his daughters isn't limited to time and money. He doesn't respect them on the phone, screaming at them if he hears their actual father, that is their stepdad, in the background.
I fell into major anger and rage and depression over my daughters. Why? Since Friday, my youngest daughter called me.
Okay, so we're going to get into soon the stuff that I think is kind of valid. This kind of isn't. Yeah, so he has anger problems. It's not hitting anyone. Yeah, you shouldn't yell at your daughters, whatever. I'll just say this, maybe if Thad, got it up a little bit and got a little angry sometimes, maybe he wouldn't be in his situation, but it's a spectrum, right?
And I can hear in the background the man, Martin, and when my daughter's talking, I can hear him in his broken English, and I can hear his son, and I can hear my ex-wife. And my youngest daughter, I'm trying to focus and I can't because it's breaking my heart and I'm full of rage.
He admits he regularly loses his temper and yells at them, even claiming they make him manifest demons.
They bring a gentle side out of me. Not for long, because then they make me manifest and snap. My youngest daughter.
Okay, that's clearly just like that's so fucking uncharitable. Like, kids can be kids, right?
It kills me.
When they are rarely physically present in his life, it is no better. Sam only gets to see his daughters briefly during school breaks because he fled the state and refuses to move back. And when he does see the girls, he still feels the need to stream and put his vibe.
So this is what I think is probably the only... Now, I'm not saying this is some huge killer blow, but this is kind of a point. And basically the long and the short of it is that Sam will stream openly, like in the living room and stuff, while the daughters are there, while he's screaming expletives and stuff at people online. To the point where sometimes he will even kind of have his daughters participate and either have them on camera or just off camera and be like, hey, isn't this guy a bastard or whatever? And I do think that that's inappropriate. I think that it's fine for Sam to say these things and scream and go crazy when he's talking to adults online about these serious topics, and it's entertaining. I get it. But he really needs to... Now, it doesn't... Again, you're going to see more of his apartment here. It does not look like the fucking mansion. But one of these rooms needs to be his dedicated streaming room. Put up just a little bit of soundproofing, and also preferably just don't stream when the daughters are around, because they deserve to be like your kids need to be in like you need to have a harmonious living environment. Just even hearing they're just yelling all the time and arguing and stuff is just really not good for them. And so if they're gonna be there while you stream because they're there long term, then you need to have a specific room for it and time it right. Or otherwise not stream. But then the added thing to also like kind of have them participate is also just not good. So I don't think this is like some kill shot or anything, but I do think that this is a valid criticism.
Self on display instead of spending time with them. Here he tries to justify his vile language to his daughter on stream.
This guy, why not? He's a coward. He hides behind a fake name. His mother is known in Iran. They do prostitution there. So his mother is a Shia prostitute. And one night, she was doing prostitution.
This is not what you should be telling your daughter. You should not be streaming live and then telling your daughter about how your commenter's mother was a Shia prostitute. Now, just to yourself, when it's just you streaming and you're talking shit online, go off, King. I don't give a fuck. Like, I am not trying to be like what does Jay Tyler criticize it as? He doesn't say optics. It was in the Ruslan diss track. Like, I'm not like into that. I think it's fine for him to call people like go off, right? But don't say it directly to your daughters. Don't let them hear it. Don't have them be around.
Which is evil and sin. She gave birth to this bastard who's manifesting like a dog, a whore of Satan. You know, should we pray for him or should we cuss him out? What do you think we should do?
Pray for him.
Huh?
Pray for him.
I can't hear you though.
Pray for him.
Pray for this bastard?
Yeah.
Pray for this piece of garbage son of Satan who's manifesting like his mother? Because she goes, we should pray for you.
Because she's been raised right by her mother and stepfather, she gives the correct answer. Pray for him. But Sam doesn't seem too interested in that, does he? Here, Sam wanders the house, ranting about some random person. Then,
it is kind of like when Brian brought it up. Or like, good night, A-logs.
Mocks him to the girls.
You feminine queer bait. You four-eyed idiot. You illegitimate bastard. Because you guys are impure, arrogant scumbuckets that want attention and I don't give it to you. Now you're going to call me the jerk.
Like, look at this apartment. This straight up looks like a converted motel into one-bedroom apartments. Like, this guy's not living large.
Meanie and the baddie who's not crying. And I'm losing sleep over it. Guys, I'm losing sleep. Oh, they hurt my feelings. Oh, my feelings are hurt. Or let me tell my daughters. Girls, my feelings are hurt. They think I'm a jerk. Oh, I'm losing sleep.
They try to get away, and he continues, seemingly unconcerned they are leaving the house to avoid his filth.
Should I cry?
Well, there's a story that PPP and others have told that apparently KOP would have his daughter call, say night A-logs in their VCs. I know that.
Cry me a river. Where you girls going?
Nothing. We're getting ready.
All right. Where are you going?
Nowhere.
Okay, but yeah, we said around 2 o'clock, you told me.
Yeah, I know. It's true.
Okay, good. But they hurt me. They call me a meanie. What should I do? Should I cry? They say I'm not Christ-like.
Despite all his efforts, his daughters haven't bought into his antichrist garbage and understand God's truth. Watch what happens when he asks for approval. Keep in mind, this is a random YouTube commenter who is probably a Christian that Sam is ranting about.
But you pansies that say, no, Alex did a great job, Sam. You're just a jerk and you cuss people's mothers out. Yeah, okay. Code, not as much as your mother's attitude, Code. To be honest, the one who has the worst attitude is your whore mother, who went around doing prostitution with Shia, who had 20 men mount her, give birth to a bastard, son of Satan, whore like you. Because you think your opinion matters, but to be honest, you're a whore and your mother has an attitude because she's a prostitute. Did I do a good job, Mommy?
What?
Because he's a son of Satan. He's a bastard. His mother likes to do muta. She's like, muta is what Shia do to women go around and tempt men. Because he's a bastard son of a prostitute. So,
You're still alive.
yeah, yes, he's garbage, Mommy. Can you pray for Baba? Yeah, we're almost done, yeah. Can you pray for Baba? Because I have to deal with bastards like these.
Okay, no need to call
Okay,
him
but pray
names.
for me. I love you. You know that, right? Praying for me?
Yeah, but he's still a person.
Okay, I love you. In Jesus' name. Pray for Baba.
Let's hear that again.
Can you pray for Baba? Because I have to deal with bastards like these.
Okay, no need to call
Okay,
him
but pray
names.
for me. I love you. You know that, right? Praying for me?
Yeah, but he's still a person.
Okay, I love you. In Jesus' name. Pray for Baba.
Pray for me, while cursing out a random commenter. You don't have to call him names.
See, the problem is not him cursing out a random commenter. It's him doing it in front of his daughter and then asking his daughter's opinion. That's the problem. Like, that doesn't understand this either. He doesn't even understand what the problem is because he's trying to make this into a theology thing because he's retarded. The problem here is that Sam needs to maintain a level of separation between what he does online and what is essentially his career and work and his kids. Okay? Like, either he needs to have a room, if the kids are there long term, he needs to either have a room where he streams where they don't have to hear this stuff, or don't stream when they're here. Because like I said, the kids deserve to be in a harmonious environment where they're not hearing yelling and screaming and expletives all the time, because it's just bad for kids to do that, to be in that kind of environment. And no, this is not, again, I'm fine with Sam going off on these people. Like, if you are an adult and you enter this sort of battleground where you're calling into Sam's streams, I think that you've consented to being called names or whatever. Like, everyone knows his reputation. It's not a fucking secret. I don't have a problem with that. But like I said, you have to maintain a level of separation so that you are not accidentally sort of providing collateral damage to your own family. Again, Thad doesn't understand that. He wants to say Sam being mean at all is the problem, not just that he does it in front of his daughters, because he's trying to make this into some argument about Christian charity, even though he himself is not offering it.
I love you. No, you don't, Sam. If you actually loved your daughter, you'd exhibit an ounce of restraint and respect her wishes.
Yeah, but he's still a person.
He's still a person, Sam. Indeed, all he did is correctly call out your disgusting attitude, an attitude your daughter also hates. But you can't help but manifest against her wishes. Do you hear the stress in her voice?
She's a child. Like, I understand why a child will not necessarily understand the hypothetical value of speaking harshly on serious topics to adults online. The problem is not that the child doesn't understand it. The problem is that the child is being, like, has to be exposed to it to make an opinion on it in the first place. Again, that does not understand what the actual core of this, like, he's scoring a point here and he doesn't even know how, like, or why.
You notice how Sam cuts her off, dismissing her legitimate concerns with, I love you.
Okay, don't no need to call
Okay,
him
but
names.
pray for me. I love you. You know that, right? Praying for me?
Yeah, but he's still a person.
Okay, I love you. In Jesus' name, pray for Baba.
That isn't love, Sam. That is pure, unadulterated evil.
Yeah, and then he tries to connect it back to his original, completely unverifiable point, which is he doesn't love his daughters. It's like a crazy place to start for that to be the thesis of your video. Like, what this should have been about is just this last part, basically, because everything else is either stuff that is nothing or the gambling thing is, I would put that in here too, because that is real and he has witnesses for that. Or it's when I say it's real, I'm not necessarily saying it's true, but it could be true and he has some support for it. But yeah, I know the narrative is that he uses everyone to make money, but it's clear that Sam has self-control issues with some things. I think that's pretty obvious, and that he doesn't understand, he has a hard time separating his work from everything else, obviously, because that's one thing I've said about Sam, why I think that as much as I like him, he is like definitionally a lolcow, because Sam overshares to fuck. He says, and I'll say it's because he's trying to keep himself honest, but he'll say the craziest shit that you'd never think anyone would want to admit on live stream.
Manifesting even with your daughter present to correct you. To everyone who supports this absolute degenerate piece of garbage, for his daughter's sake, know that your money is only going to line Sam's pockets and feed his greed. He doesn't love his daughters. He loves money and his ego and nothing else.
If he loved money, he would be living very differently. And also he'd do a lot of different, there are things that he would be doing right. He would be taking his real money, man, if he really loved money. And that's not just the only thing. There are other things I could think of too, but I just don't buy that aspect of it. I buy the aspect that he has a lack of self-control and that he needs to, like I said, have the wisdom and the discernment to make a separation between, especially like his daughters and his personal life and the work. But all this other stuff.
My cousin right here, say cheese, the Lord Jesus bless you. He just sent a generous support to my ministry. Yeah, baby. I got it, Holmes. Zella. Anyway. Hudson, please do that regularly. Do it at least once a week.
Sam, too, is still a person.
But he's still a person.
But according to Scripture, if anyone does not provide for his relatives, and especially for members of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than a non-believer. If you actually want to help Sam, you must cut him off. He is not a Christian, let alone someone worthy of your...
Wait, what happened to his daughters? I thought this was all concern trolling about his daughters.
Support. His greed truly has no bounds, as proven in this video here. As long as he has support, he'll
They say that anti-Israel is the real grift. I mean, obviously there are like, pro-Palestine people and stuff, but like Sam is not necessarily. I don't know. Not only that, but just when you see the ads that David Wood does, it's like, dude, he's raking it in.
Continue his spiral out of control. For more on Sam's disqualifications to ministry, subscribe to the channel and look for my upcoming videos on the subject.
All right, let's watch Halal Hogan.
Arabian, fighting for the right of every Palestinian. I am a real Arabian. Fight for my life, fight for my rights. Let me tell you something, brother, about how glorious and majestic Allah truly is. Allah created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, or 8 days, depending on which surah you read. That's right, brother. There are no contradictions in the glorious Quran. And after that, He created the billions and billions of Sharia maniacs. And then after it was all said and done, Allah blew the minds of creation away by creating the 24-inch pythons, the very pythons that squeezes the lifeblood.
Yes, this is back when all these guys were friends, because like I said, it's sort of like the sector where the victorious faction that was all together splits apart. So
out of every kuffar, the very pythons that take captive all these beautiful infidel blondie women, because that's the booty for Allah and His Messenger and all those who do jihad fi sabilillah. What you gonna do when Sharia mania runs wild all over you? Let me tell you something, brother. Let me give you the key to success. If you want to live forever, if you want Jannah, so you never die, but inherit all those beautiful big-breasted houris who make my chest look like it's a small, tiny thing in comparison, then here's what you gotta do. You got to perform the 6 pillars of Islam, brother. Starting with the first, Shahada. If you say, La ilaha illallah and Muhammad Rasulullah, then that's the first pillar, and you enter into the fold of Islam, and you become a Sharia maniac. But there's more to it, brother. Because Allah and His Messenger expect a lot more if you want to get your houris. Who make my pythons look like they're little garden snakes, brother. I am a real Arabian, fighting for the right of every Palestinian. I am a real Arabian, fight for my life, fight for my rights. Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you how you can be like Halal Hogan, brother.
Yeah, exactly. WWE is made for the sector.
This is what you need to do if you want Sharia mania all over you. Not only do you pray 5 times a day, but you gotta eat your 7 ajwa dates. Yeah, brother. Dunk your fly in your drink, because one of the wings has the disease and the other one has the antidote. Ooh, yeah. That's something only Allah and His Messenger could reveal. Only Allah could do that. And make sure you drink your camel urine, especially if your stomach aches, and milk it when you take the urine and you take the milk. You got an unbeatable combination, and that's when you're gonna see the 24-inch pythons get bigger and bigger and bigger. Let me tell you something, brother, that's so glorious and majestic. Let me tell you about the houris of paradise. Ooh, yeah. As my friend Macho would say, ooh, yeah. What or who are the houris? They are the firm-breasted whores of paradise. Did you know that each one of them, their chest will be larger than my chest? And that is a feat that only Allah can perform. Look at this chest, baby. But can you imagine? A hoodie with a bigger chest than...
Why do they turn on... See, my theory is it's just like sector entropy. It's once the Muslims got fully kind of BTFO and there was nothing... There was no... Like, the war was won. The victorious faction turns against each other. But other reasons, Israel, unironically, like, Sam has been pretty consistent, like, against Christian Zionism, and David Wood. David Wood took more than the $7,000 fucking dollars, so there's that issue. I'd say that the most recent anti-Sam arc has been largely driven by AP's apostate prophet going from discerning like orthodoxy, which Sam supported, to going to Israel, leaving his wife and falling in love with a Mossad agent, and then becoming David Wood's basically like his lieutenant, like his XO. So Sam criticized him for that, and so then David Wood did the David Wood Gambit. So that's like the most proximate reason recently, but there's like a lot of fault lines that have developed since they can't just unite against Muslims.
Mine! And you know what's beautiful about those houris? Every time you have sex with them, every time that they experience one of the 24-inch pythons, brother, they go back to being virginal again.
Whoa.
And that is the miracle of Allah and His Messenger. Ha 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 ha! What you gonna do when the houris smack you with one of their chests all over you? Now what is sadaqah? Every money you have left over after paying your bills, brother, you gotta give 2.5%.
Diddy Wood Sweet Synod Casino
one of
versus
which
Halal
includes financing the jihadis who fight in the way of Allah. What greater reward can it be than financing someone from attacking the kuffar, taking their babes as captives, even married ones? Oh, brother, that's a taste of Jannah on earth, if you ask me, brother. Brother, I swear by Allah, and I swear by the moon, and I swear by the stars, and everything in creation, that when I started drinking that mixture, my guns went from 18 to 24, brother. Talk about a mega drink. Talk about a drink that just makes your muscles
So AP becomes Orthodox and has an Orthodox wife, right? Then he leaves his Orthodox wife, flees to Israel, and starts banging a Jewess. I'm not even kidding. And then Sam criticized him for that, understandably. And so then AP got closer to D. Wood, who was also pro-Israel. And then they started going at Sam, and then did its David Wood Gambit.
Up! And yes,
if Brian joined the Religisphere, which faction do you think he'd join? Well, isn't he like, because he is having like a religious arc, isn't he? The whole going to church every Sunday. And he was talking about that for about a year now. I assume he's like non-denominational and goes to like a, standard Southern Protestant church. Like, they wouldn't call themselves Protestant, but like non-denom.
Tended, blow up! Yeah, brother. There's nothing like camel urine. And there's nothing like milk. Especially...
Do we know she's a Jewess? 100%. He met her in Israel. She's like in Israel? Yeah. I mean, there's a... Here, I'll pull it up.
After you eat 7 ajwa dates. If you don't believe me, brother, try it. And then you're gonna see Sharia mania run wild over you.
I am a real...
This is the Jewess that he's with, that he left his wife for. Literally, he disappeared one day. And his wife, said that that's what happened. His real wife.
Arabian, fighting for the right of every Palestinian. I am a real Arabian. Fight for my life, fight for my rights.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. There's nothing more beautiful and righteous than Sharia. And yet you got the kuffar, the stinking no-good kuffar, the stinking pig-eating kuffar, talking about democracy. Well, let me show you why that's foolish, brother. What better than Sharia? To tame the woman, brother. And only Sharia, you can beat a rebellious wife if you go the route of democracy.
Jehovah's Witnesses aren't Christian either.
The woman has rights over you. Not only that, brother, but in Sharia, you can have up to 4 wives. And you can divorce them anytime you want by saying talak, talak, talak 3 times, brother. In a democratic state, you gotta hire lawyers. You gotta get a judge, and they take you to the cleaners, brother.
True, Sam knows that.
In Sharia societies, I can attack a village, and I can take the woman captive, even married one. Oh, yeah. Sharia and democracy are 2 things that don't go hand in hand. And what you're gonna do, kuffar, when Sharia comes over you and Sharia mania takes over the world for Allah and His Messenger. Tama Sharia maniacs, brother. I got something to share with you, brother, and it's about child brides. Oh yeah, I know that in the West, they say that it's illegal, brother, to marry a 6-year-old and to consummate marriage with her when she's 9. But I'm here to tell you, brother, that Allah and His Messenger has given us the final command. According to 65 verse 4, brother, a command that existed in eternity. We have the right not only to marry prepubescent girls, but we can divorce them and marry anyone else for that matter. And you know what's beautiful about marrying a prepubescent girl? You don't need to take her to the park, because when you got pythons like these, brother, she can swing on your pythons every night and day with the blessing of Allah and His Messenger. What you gonna do, Kufar, when Sharia mania comes for your child bride and your children?
This is sector coded as well, I guess.
Wonderful. Talking about Sharia maniacs, brother. Let me tell you how amazing the Quran is. And let me tell you how majestic and powerful Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala happens to be, brother. Did you know, when you see a shooting star and you want to wish upon it, let me tell you what's taking place, brother. Those shooting stars, like my pythons, are sent as missiles to attack them dirty jinn. Oh yeah, for you kuffar, the jinn are the genie, brother. And you could be dreaming of genie all night, all long. But I'm here to tell you, brother, that when it comes to the shooting stars, they're hurled at the genie like these pythons are hurled at the kuffar, brother. I don't care what the kuffar scientists say. They may tell you it's impossible that a star can be hurled at an immaterial being. But I'm telling you, with Allah and His Messenger, all things are possible. What you gonna do, kuffar, when a shooting missile like my python comes running for you?
Jin BTFO, Jin
Allah and His
smitten.
Messenger, they're wonderful, brother. Let me tell you, the most amazing part of Hajj, brother. Do you know that black stone? Oh yeah, I know it's a stone that can neither harm nor hurt you, nor benefit you. But guess what's so amazing about it? Allah's Messenger went up to it. And as he got near the black stone, he started smooching it, kissing it, rubbing it, brother. And because he's an example for all humanity, Sharia maniacs, you too can smooch that black stone. Instead of kissing the python.
Yeah, it is like that.
Oh yeah, what better than to kiss and smother the very stone that Allah's Messenger smothered with His holy saliva. Alhamdulillah, brother. All praise be to Allah. Praise be Allah. I praise Allah for creating the world's biggest arms, brother. But let me let you Sharia maniacs in on a little secret. Let me tell you how Allah helped me get these pythons to be these huge boulders, brother. Going from 11 inches to 24 inches, brother. Did you know that Allah in His infinite wisdom, through His Messenger, allows us to squeeze the lifeblood to kill every cartoonist who would dare mock and lampoon our beloved Messenger by making cartoons mocking the way he looks? Yes, brother, let me tell you about my career as a Sharia maniac, my career as a jihadi. When I became a follower of Allah and His Messenger, I embarked on jihad fi-sabilillah, and many a cartoonist had their head squeezed like a pimple by these pythons, and the more kuffar that I was able to squeeze their heads for lampooning the Prophet by mocking him in cartoons, the
Confession
bigger
tape.
my
I'm surprised
pythons
Dad's
got.
not like,
and so
"In
now,
here,
brother,
Sam, admitting
when you
to
see
murder."
Sadat Hogan, and
Did you
see
know that one of the commandments in the Bible says, "Thou shalt not murder"? This is clearly an example of Sam admitting to breaking a commandment. Not to mention the commandment against doxing my tranny son. Thou shalt not dox. By the way, Sam doesn't love his daughter because he said that he would provide for her and give her money when he passed.
guns, these guns are ready to rock and roll all over any cartoonist who would dare mock Allah and His Messenger. Do you want these guns? Do you want to have pythons so that little girls can swing upon? Then you need to get a cartoonist who would dare mock Allah's messenger and squeeze, and squeeze, and squeeze. That's what jail, brother. But let me tell you something amazing, brother. The Quran says that Allah has the power to annul, to abrogate verses from his eternal, uncreated speech, brother. Now you tell me, brother, who but Allah can erase a part of his eternal speech and still be majestic and glorious in doing it? But let me say this, brother. There was a scroll, a manuscript, that contained verses on suckling a grown man. Oh yeah, brother, you heard me right. Suckling a grown man. But Allah abrogated it. And what did he do with a scroll? What did he do with that manuscript that contained those commands to breastfeed a grown man, even with a nice beard like mine? He ordered a sheep, brother, and the sheep ate the copy with the verses. And those verses are long gone, never to be discovered by any of the kuffar. What you gonna do, kuffar, when Allah decides to abrogate you?
True.
Wonderful. Rasulullah is amazing, brother. He truly is a mercy unto mankind. And let me show you one of the great mercies that he bestowed on his followers, brother. Did you know that Allah and his messenger allows the violation or the breaking or the annulling of your oaths?
So there you go, Halal Hogan. Here we have Sam advocating for Islam. Okay, so I think that's all the Religisphere stuff. So for now, we'll see who ends up winning the this total war. I don't really know how much lower it can get. Like, I mean, what's left? Like, what's left? Like, Sam showing up, there's one of them showing up to the other guy's house, like, I guess, or like swatting and shit. I don't think they'll go that far, but they're getting fucking close, that's for sure. So, after 6 days, 6 days, Hujin's back. And so we're gonna see him, his triumphant return. It looks like he's doing well. I'm happy for him. It's really it's honestly he's really blessed and really, really great that right after, all these people were talking about how funny it was that after his St. Hujin's Day speech, he had all these tweets with 0 engagement, that it just so happens that in his return video, he gets 300 likes. So I'm glad that he's found an audience. I mean, 1,700 views and 300 likes, that's like a really good ratio. It must mean that a lot of the people who watched this really liked it. And that makes me want to watch it. I mean, what is this? It's like a fifth of the people who watched this wanted to press like. Like, it must be really good. And I'm glad to see him making content. I'm glad to see, like I said, that right after people were talking about how he gets no engagement, he comes out here and he gets almost, he gets 350 likes. So I'm just happy for him. I'd still like to have him call in sometime and give his side of things about why, for some reason, he blocked me. He's like fighting with people who have never done anything to him. But I'm really ready to get into this. I'm really ready to see what earned a 1 out of 5 like ratio to views. It's like I said, it's a pretty crazy ratio. And it must just be because it's really that good. That's what I'm ready for. There he is.
I've been sniffing drugs and writing raps all on my own again. My nose is bled and everything I know is screaming go to bed. A 50-50 balance, ask an audience to phone my friends. I'm talking to an open drawer with drawing pins and frozen pens. Spider graphs are forming in the thoughts within my broken head. Lately I'm a slave to coke, or maybe I'm just so depressed. Either way I've rearranged the demons in my leaky brain and tried to speak the truth on every beat and never seeming safe. But I've been punching double glazed windows in the street again. As pieces break, I see the mirrored images of me and
he's made a lot of these crazy animations and stuff. This would be good for like an intro for a like a stream.
Pain is getting weird, weirder than the prison is unless she's here. A never climbing lesson of respect and what your head will fear. Never beer, cut the middleman and swig a pint of gin and dribble liquid nitrogen until my little eye will spin. I think of this delightful spinning individual life we live and sink into a minefield of simpletons and silent prey.
Oh, it's good that he put his little watermark on that last edit. You wouldn't want people stealing it, right? Oh, is that Jub? Oh, damn, we got a Jub appearance, and Godwin said. Damn, I didn't know he didn't like them, too. Wait. He's targeting Jim? He has all these tweets recently about how he likes Jim and how Jim's his guy and is taking out the guys he doesn't like. This must have been before.
Yeah, you can't say that. I'll fucking say what I want. You pricks couldn't stop me with a mace in my gob. I'm treating rapping like it's wanking till I'm breaking my cock. And if I'm honest, I'm ashamed of what we're rating as pop. We're celebrating like a bunch of naked aliens.
Okay, cool. I'm seeing why this got a 1 out of 5 like ratio. Like I said, I've never seen really a ratio like that, but I'm seeing why this one got it. That intro is pretty fire.
This video, I don't expect the slowest of the Dabbleverse, the commentary community, the sector.
Yeah, that's a lot of 3 different communities, right?
Any one of these spaces to really understand where I'm coming from.
Well, that's kind of the benefit of having a platform like making these videos is you get to explain yourself. You get to explicate your perspective and then allow people to judge it for themselves. Now, like I said, with 300 likes after just having been made fun of by all sorts of people for having no engagement, this must do a really good job of explicating that perspective. I'm really looking forward to it.
When I get presented with a video of somebody who regularly sits there in hoodies in some...
Oh, sorry, guys. I forgot something. So we're going to do a tracker here. Like an app online, I can use just like a counter. We're looking for variations of sit there, sitting there, sitting, stuff like that. So we got 1.
Like very, I don't know, dull room.
Yeah.
I just... And they're sat there and they're like, oh, well, why is
sat there?
Isn't he doing this? Why isn't this person doing that? And why
aren't you what? Streaming? Yeah, I do wonder about that. As far as calling into my show and explaining yourself, I mean, you have no obligation to do that, obviously, and I don't really have a platform, so I get it. The only real reason why I kind of thought you would is because that was the whole reason you got mad at me. Even after I didn't do anything, as you said, I didn't platform you talking, your harassment. So that's what I wanted to do.
Why isn't... I don't really expect those people to understand.
Okay.
Like, that's kind of the way that I look at it. Is just like, I look... Like, I hate to say it in the... Like, and there's no kind way of saying this.
Okay. Just say it then.
I see those people as beneath me, to be honest with you.
Who? Wait, can we name some names here? Because it's always like this vague posting. Who exactly is beneath you? Why not? Like, just torch them, man. That'd be cool. Like, even whoever they are, I'm like, you always talk about how you say what you mean, return to the twat, all this stuff. Who? Take them out, man.
And that's going to sound big-headed to say, but it's true.
Well,
And the reason why is because like I have a lot more that I want out of life. Things like this. Like I don't. They're like, oh, I can't see why.
Why what?
I mean, why? Like,
is he high? I'm sorry. Like I don't want to. Like he sounds like he just ate an edible.
Want things out of life? Like, were you fucking
do you want?
kidding? Like you lot in this sheltered, botted spaces and stuff like this. Like you expect me to want to live like you?
I don't really think you know how most people, not just you, I mean in general, it's hard to really know how people on the internet live unless they like stream their entire life, unless they're like DSP or some of these guys. It's really not best to assume.
Is that what you think? No, like I want things out of my life, like, you know, fucking to experience more of the world.
Go traveling, man.
You know, I've got so much more that I want to do.
Then do it. They're gonna and stream it if you want. Maybe be a vlogger, a travel vlogger, or don't keep it to yourself. Just do it and have fun.
Like again, I don't really expect the average incel who never leaves their bedroom to understand any and their whole concern is why is he not streaming?
Yeah, I mean it's been 2 years.
I'm just sat there like, you know, for me, I used to get a lot of enjoyment out of all this stuff, and I still do.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I take back all of the, you know, I was kind of poking fun a little bit before his whole St. Hudgens Day. He had the whole chimp out overnight and everything had 0 likes and, you know, all these people were pointing it out. And then he posts this video and gets 300. So, I mean, it's great for him. That it just so happens right after people were making fun of the engagement that he gets a hit like this. And it's great. I like it. And he gets a 1/5 view to like ratio, which must mean this is a really good video.
Be wrong. It's not that I don't. It's just that there's things that are more important to me.
Elected 2 people to provide. Well, unfortunately, my friend, one of them is the comment is himself, and the other comment is our boy Wolftone here who got blocked for this. So, did he say sitting there? Sorry. Thank you. Help me out on that.
So, like, this isn't enjoyable to me because I don't have those other things in my life, and those things are more important to me. People don't seem to understand that.
Why do you need us to understand that? Just do what you're going to do. Live your life the way you want to live it. You don't need to convince anybody.
And so for me, I'm just like...
If you want to share it, if you're happy and you're doing something cool and you want to share it, then do it. But if you don't want to share it, then don't. Like, if you share it, it should be because you think it's cool and you want people to see it, not because you're trying to convince anyone of anything. You're not making an argument. You're not presenting a case.
Like none of it really matters. Like, I don't care about any of this shit. Like, I can give
58-minute video.
Fucks.
58-minute video.
It's a passing fucking fart for me in comparison to my real life. I don't care.
58-minute video.
And I think that's kind of thing right there is that recently, you know, people know I'm an incredibly deep thinker. Not your average deep thinker. It's...
Whoa. So you're not just a deep thinker. You're not your average deep thinker. Okay. I'm ready to have my mind blown. I mean, I like the Religisphere stuff, these debates and stuff. Sometimes you get some really interesting arguments there that really make you reconsider things. I'm ready to get that right here.
It's just something very rare you come across, right? That's the type of person I am. I'm very good.
He's clearly, like, I mean, we all are agreed he's, like, on edibles right now, clearly. Like, he's high. Maybe not edibles, but, like, he's smoking weed and then did this, it seems like. I wonder if that's the real reason he doesn't stream is because he's, like, really anxious. And so then he has to, like, smoke weed before he does the videos. If that's the case, man, if you have like problems with anxiety, you probably should not be doing any of this stuff public. You should do what you said you were gonna, like said that you're interested in. Go see the world. Go do fun stuff yourself.
Good in like things like pattern recognition and stuff like this. I guess like for me, I spend a lot of my time looking up like weird things that most people don't. Being
you just burp. Okay, so he's drinking and he's okay.
Things like stupid things. That I'll have like really deep thoughts.
Yeah.
On things like
Can we hear them, please?
consciousness and
Consciousness.
and stuff like this.
Okay.
Consciousness, the
Yeah.
world.
Okay. This is like when in high school you were all smoking weed for the third time, and that one guy's like, "Bro, if everyone just smoked weed, there'd be no war." And everyone's like, "Whoa. What if, like," or like that scene in Animal House where they're talking about, like, what if each molecule's like its own universe? And then the one guy's like, "Will I go schizo?" And then the teacher's like, "It's a distinct possibility."
These kinds of fucking things. Like, again, like very deep thinking, right? And the thing is like it stretches into all kinds of areas, like, you know, space, all kinds of other stuff, life in general, people's decisions.
Damn, I'm seeing like it's got 350 likes. This is the breakout for him.
Like, I enjoy just like being an observer of sorts.
Okay, then don't call yourself the host. Just call yourself like Shitbox McGee and just shit. There are plenty of guys on Twitter that don't make content that just talk shit. That's fine. Like no one, it's totally fine.
Yeah. And I guess, like, for myself, is that, you know, I'm a very atheist person. Everyone knows this about me. I'm a very...
Yeah, I was talking to someone about this earlier, and I was like, you know, from what I've seen, him being atheist, I got to give him some credit here. He seems to have been consistent on being atheist. Everything else, you know, he goes back and forth on Jim, on Mersh, on Ralph, on all these other people, but he has been consistent with his atheism. So good, kudos to that.
Very somebody who is sat in science fact. That is kind of the way that I am.
Hey, Brian.
I've always been this way. Like, I've been very heavy about my opinions. So
Okay, let me feel some of these heavy opinions. Lay them on me. I can take them.
atheism.
Yeah, on atheism. Okay.
Throughout the entire time in the sector.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you being an atheist. Like I said, kudos to you. It's the one thing I think this guy has stayed consistent on.
I've never tried to, like, grift Christianity.
Well, it's possible to grift atheism as well. You can kind of grift either of these belief systems.
Now, the one thing that I will
or either of these religions, I should
say about Christianity is its historic value to, say, for instance, our countries.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that the historic value it provided has no connection at all to its truth claims?
That's the part that I think that's important. So, yeah, do I believe, like, or am I as well more sympathetic towards Christianity? Yeah, I would say so. Like,
Why? Because it built like a good country? Why did it build a good country? Like I said, are its truth claims related at all to the sort of society that it formed?
Because again, it's kind of one of them things where I believe it's part of our foundation. It's part of who we are. Do I believe in it? No. But like, again, without it, we kind of lose who we are, because that's a lot of our society was.
So then you're not that. So if you don't have Christianity, I assume he means British, right? I'm just going to assume that. If Christianity is an essential element of being British, then I think I said this literal exact same thing when I watched a video before of his where he said something like this. Is he saying he's not British then?
Built on it. Much of our society that we've moved past in a lot of areas of it.
How can you move past? It's either true or it's not, right?
But as well, so like, again,
does some attribute of its age impact its truthiness?
It's kind of like a 50-50, but it's important you still have those many.
Why? If it's not true, why is it important?
Of those values, right? So that's kind of my opinion in that area.
Okay, that was pretty deep. That was pretty heavy. He made a promise that he was a deep thinker in a way people aren't, and that he has heavy opinions, and I think he provided. I'm starting to see why this has a 1-to-5 like to view ratio.
And I guess, like I say, for me, deep thinking is kind of like my thing.
Yeah.
And so, like, I do get like in very, very deep thought sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, like, throughout my entire time in the sector, like, you always have like these God people.
God people? Whoa. The God people. Like the people are gods, or like people who like God?
Religious people.
Yeah.
Bible bashers. And you have all these fucking people, and they sit there and they all act as if like they have some like great reason to live, and they all.
What? Are we getting into the dark mode?
Act like they're fucking going to heaven and all this fucking bullshit. Like, and
Wait,
some
did
of
he just
them,
say-
I'm
I'm
not
sorry,
saying,
did he
oh,
just say
obviously
sit here?
fucking going to if like they have these fucking people, and they sit there and
Yeah,
they all
I knew it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying. You gotta help me.
act as if like they have some like great reason to live, and they all act like they're fucking going to heaven and all this fucking bullshit. Like, and some of them, I'm not saying, oh, obviously, I'm not dumb. I'm very aware. I'm aware that many of these people just do this for the memes, but there's many that also actually believe in this stuff, and you know, they ask a lot of really wild questions and they say a lot of very wild things. And for me,
like what? Can we just get one? Like, I get that you're thinking really deep right now. You're deep in the hoodgin hole. But can we have an example, please? Because I don't even necessarily disagree with you. I think there's plenty of religious grifters. I mean, we just did a whole fucking 2 hours on the Religisphere, right? Totally fucking agree with you, man. Please provide an example, though.
Like,
especially if you're talking about specifically within the sector. Because I don't really see a lot of, I mean, I guess the quartering, if you count him as being in the sector.
Listen to those things, and I'm just like, you know, I'm an atheist through and through. I guess, like, when I really think hard about all of this stuff, is that religion doesn't really have, like, it has a foundation, but, like, when you go back to our oldest written text, it is way back before any of the fucking bullshit that's written.
Except for the fact that the Epic of Gilgamesh specifically has an entire section where they go and find Ishtar, which is a god. And Enkidu specifically is guided to become friends with Gilgamesh through Ishtar. The Epic of Gilgamesh is a fundamentally religious text, my friend. Now, you could have said that the oldest religious texts do not speak to any current living religions. My answer then would be very different, but that's not what you said. Because I think maybe you're thinking too deep for me.
And it's pretty clear that all of that stuff is just made in a way to control societies, right? I mean,
and saying that there is no God isn't also a way to control society? Everything's a mechanism of control, right? It's all anthropological.
I mean, that's pretty clear at
If that's true, then so would atheism. That's all the argument I'm trying to make with that.
this point. I mean, when you consider dates, you know, nothing to actually prove that any of these things happened, you know,
Which things? Which things specifically do you not think have dates or have happened? Because we do have dates about the crucifixion of Christ and the life of Christ. In fact, we have more primary sources for the life of Christ than we do for Alexander the Great that survive. Not to say Alexander didn't happen. But this is why the study of historiography is very important, is to understand what the standard of evidence is for figures that we all accept exist, and apply that same standard to those that to religious claims.
Go back to the Sumerians, for instance. Again, it's like the oldest written language. When you consider that,
what did he say?
It completely wipes out your
what did he say was
idea of. When you consider that, once again, it's proof that any of these things happened. You know, we go back to the Sumerians, for instance. Again,
cuneiform.
It's like the oldest written language.
Okay.
When you consider,
Epic of Gilgamesh, religious work.
That completely wipes out your idea of the Bible. And
okay, so what you did mean was that the oldest religious work is not specifically Christian. Okay.
When you go back and you learn about like what they believed in, then you can kind of see how that is just changed over time to fit different areas of the world, and like it's kind of obvious.
So then why would something like, say, Islam or Christianity be a universalizing religion that doesn't change, at least in its core claims, to different areas of the world? Whereas you have other kind of religions like pagan blood and soil religions like Shinto, Nordic paganism, and honestly Hinduism, that are confined to a specific geographic area. Here, maybe I'm not thinking deep enough for you, but here's maybe a way you could argue around this, Sujin. Let me give you your argument for you. Is that you would say that there is a general universalizing impulse in humanity that tends to follow centralizing governments, and that once certain societies reach a imperial model that requires universalization, it tends towards universalizing religions. Then you could stick with your anthropological argument. Now, I'd have a counter argument to that, specifically only for one religion, and that's Christianity, because it did not, it was not adopted by consent, essentially, by the Roman Empire. It was conquered from within and not through the sword. But then that would imply that Christianity is unique.
You know, should be obvious to anyone. But again, there's always going to be people that are just, they'll lean towards religion, right?
Omni theology, yes. The term for that is perennialism. Is the idea that all religions have some core truth, even if it's just anthropological. And there are some arguments to be made for a very light form of perennialism, but if you take it too far, you end up with like the theosophy people, and then it very quickly falls apart.
I don't know why. I think a lot of these people are just very shitty people, and they like to lean on religion because they somehow feel like that's like, I don't know, maybe going to save them or makes them somehow better or something. Like,
what, you mean like saying you're above people, saying that you're a deep thinker because you're atheist? Because you have this viewpoint, it inherently puts you above others? I don't disagree with you. I think there's plenty of people who believe in religion because they think it makes them better than others. 100% agree, man. But let's be real. Atheism itself is a religion, and it also can be used for the same purpose.
Like this, I don't know. It's
and you just did that earlier in this video, which is kind of a problem if you're going to make this argument.
Anyway, for me, going back to this is that, you know, I'm an atheist. Yeah. I'm somebody who...
deep thought.
You know, like when I listen to a lot of these opinions and they talk about afterlife and stuff like this, they talk about these kind of...
All of this is for him to say he finds time on Earth more finite and precious than other people, which actually makes it even more mind-blowing.
I listen to a lot of these atheists. For me, going back to this is that
Theosophy is very interesting. I could do the root races. I find the whole root race concept in the different continents really interesting.
That, you know, I'm an atheist. I'm somebody who, you know, like when I listen to a lot of these opinions and they talk about afterlife.
Yeah, that's classic perennialism. Maybe.
Life and stuff like this. They talk about these kind of things, and you know, for the average atheist, they constantly get asked, like, well, why even live if you just don't believe in anything and stuff like this? It's a constant, you know, belittling thing almost to...
No, I think it's a pretty valid question. I'm not even saying that there isn't a way to answer it, but I think it's a pretty natural first question, that if the universe has no direct intelligent purpose towards it, and neither does your life, how do you create it for yourself in a way that is actually verifiable?
Not, quote unquote, believe in anything. I kind of want to clear that up a little bit, because like, I believe that's wrong. I believe that's entirely wrong. And the reason why that is because when you look at religion, what is it today? I mean,
yeah, it's going on as
everything can be explained through natural occurrences, not godly things that were always previous.
What if God works through natural occurrences?
Said to have been godly.
Why is he making this video? Is it because of your... I don't know. He took a break, I made my stream, and then suddenly we're out here with a 58-minute video. I don't want to suggest that it was my stream. I mean, there's other people who make funny tweets about Hujin, right? I think maybe this is just kind of what he does. Like I said, I'm glad that he's finally getting recognition with 350 likes right after people were making fun of him for engagement. That's good for him. I hope he keeps it up.
And then, you know, when you look at the things in science that can't be explained, right?
The things in science. Science is a methodology, okay? There are things that aren't in science. There are... Okay.
Right now, it's just... And that's only just...
Like, you are speaking about science in almost a religious deification sense, rather than it just being a tool and a methodology that people use.
In full. It just can't be explained in full, right? So, like...
What do you mean in full?
Like, that's what you have to understand there. It's not I'm saying it can't be understood. It just can't be understood in full yet.
Okay.
And so, like I say, when you look at, like, what can't be explained by science in a full way...
Yeah, but the problem is science relies upon like the principles of empiricism of what we can observe. And it's possible that what we would need to observe to apply the methodology of science to provide an adequate explanation, we have not developed yet. This is why we have things like telescopes, measuring equipment, stuff like that. Very possible that there is empirical data that we could then use the methodology of science to explain the phenomenon, but we have not developed those tools yet.
You have consciousness, and
and again, that is like a argument that a lot of atheists use, is they say that a lot of the things we can't explain that we apply to God, like miracles, we simply have not developed the empirical tools to apply the methodology of science to explain. I believe that miracles come directly from God and are divinely moved, even if it does eventually mean that there is a natural explanation. Either way. But, I'm trying to like come at this from the way an atheist would talk about it.
what happened, the Big Bang. And are those two things really?
The Big Bang as a theory was invented by a Catholic priest, by the way, and was originally opposed by atheists because it suggested a single action that created the universe. Atheists only turned on the Big Bang later, after the Scofield Bible and the Protestants in America became the dominant force in religious interpretations on the creation of the universe. So I'd be very careful about what you associate the Big Bang with here, Hujin.
Enough grounds to believe in an entire religion? Like, no, obviously not. And so, like, again, you have consciousness and you have, how all of this started.
Yes, I think therefore I am. This is like Descartesian dualism. Okay?
Again, like, just these two things alone, like, it's not really enough to back up your idea of religion.
So the existence of consciousness in the universe alone does not imply religion. Why not? Why not? Like, you have to explain where it came from somehow. And the natural like, there has to be an unmoved move. Like, this is an argument as old as Thomas Aquinas, the unmoved mover.
It doesn't really, just those two things alone shouldn't give you the idea of religion. Like, you should just...
Why not? They're two premises that lead to a conclusion. That's how a syllogism is formed. You have two premises and it leads to a conclusion.
I don't know, maybe accept that
Now, religion is a different thing. So you could use those two premises to prove that there is some kind of, like I said, some kind of unmoved mover. Now, you'd have to do the rest of the legwork to get from there to Christianity. I completely agree. But once you've accepted an unmoved mover implied by both consciousness and creation, we're already out of atheism. This is why a lot of atheists term themselves as agnostics.
Alone, like, maybe that's the best choice, but that's my opinion. Anyway, what you always hear from these, like, godlike people, what you always hear from these fucking Bible bashers is, act as if, like, it's funny, I'm not gonna lie to you, I get very amused when I see these people talking and acting as if they're, like, either going to heaven or they have, like, a second chance at it, because, yeah, I'm a very science-based person.
Yeah, but what you're even talking about that way implies Christianity, because this idea of salvation, losing grace, gaining grace, soteriology in the sense that you're talking about of second chances is inherently Christian. The fact that you think that that is inherent to all religions really just speaks to how your entire worldview and ontology has been shaped by a Christian society. There are religions where there is no such thing as salvation. Salvation isn't even really a concept. There are religions where, including certain Christian denominations, where once it's gone, and you can never get it back. Even the very concept of a second chance is an inherently Christian one.
When you look at, like, what can't be explained in science, like I say, consciousness and the Big Bang, there's really nothing more. And when we start looking towards consciousness, we know it is just neurons firing off in the brain, how they...
Yeah, but what if God designed it that way? Not only that, but what if there's a trinary? What if there's your soul, which is your inherent non-material identity, your body, which of course is like your material body, and your consciousness, which is a result of your mind and the biological processes of that.
They do fire off. And again, we'll gain more understanding of that. Right, like, we'll understand.
Yeah, I just don't know why learning more about the way consciousness works necessarily implies that someone did not design it. It's just...
understand how our brain works and things like this.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that there's like something magical or we get a second chance.
Why do you think God can only work through magic? Why wouldn't he work through the process of the creation he himself designed? If we're just defining magic as the work of God, then all of creation would be magic, would it not? Ooh. That's tough, isn't it?
Or anything like that. And so for that reason, I kind of, when I see people talking like they have some second chance or they're going to heaven, and
I'm surprised that he's focused so much on the second chance aspect. Does he really see that as a bad thing? The idea that someone could always be saved? Again, like I said, that's a very uniquely Christian concept, by the way.
Stuff like that.
You can believe in a creator of the universe and not believe in salvation or not believe in second chances.
I'm like, well, no, you're not. You're not going anywhere. And it's sad. It's kind of sad to say. And the reason why I don't ever bring up this stuff is because, like, for me, I think that the idea for somebody of their loved ones going to a beautiful place, I think that's something special. Like, I've never...
Do you think the Christian conception of heaven is just like a resort, Pigeon? It's not...
wanted to take that away from people. That's the reason why I've never brought up these kinds of opinions in a video. And so when I look at life...
So here's the thing. So we've had 15 minutes of his deep thoughts on theology and atheism. Cool. It's fine. But the title here is that it's apparently about bullied, closed-minded, shut-in incels. That's what I was expecting out of this.
What life is and all of these kinds of things. I think, like, you know, you don't get another go at it. There's no second chances. There's no, like, there's none of that magical shit. It is just, when you boil it down to science, when you boil it down to these things...
Why would science suggest either way about non-material soteriology? Unless you can take unless you have the tools to get empirical data from people after they've died, but asking if they go to heaven or not, that this is not necessarily a scientific question. It transcends the material. That's the whole that's the whole idea.
When you're gone, you're gone. Every single thing that you do...
Prove it. Prove that when you're gone, you're gone. Through science. Through empirical science. You can't, because you can't like empiricize that consciousness that you were talking about past death. That's the whole point, right?
Right now. There's no second chance. There's no... You're not getting another opportunity to do it again. There's no spiritual bullshit out. Like, there's nothing.
Yeah, so you're a materialist. You believe that the only things that exist are things that can be proven, are material things. Okay, so you don't believe math exists. You don't believe numbers exist. You don't believe anything that is not physical and material exists. You do not believe in transcendentals, despite living in a world that is like a modern world that is a product of multiple interlocking transcendentals, from math to physics to everything else.
There is nothing. Right? I want that to sink in for people. Those retards who, again, like, that's the part that they don't consider. These parts they really don't consider about me.
I think people do consider, I think that religious people do consider... Oh no, he's talking about himself. Sorry. Sorry, Hujin.
Part that they don't consider. These retards. Right? I want that to sink in for people. Those retards who...
Mm-hmm.
Again,
can we just get some names here? I'm fine with you talking shit about whoever, even me. Although I don't think you're talking about me. I don't think you even know I did my stream, honestly. But whoever you're talking to, just say them, man. Just say who you think is stupid. That's what this is all about.
And like, that's the part that they don't consider. These parts they really don't consider about me.
Yeah, man. I if we're talking about guys in the sector, I think most of these shit posters, when they shit post at you, are not thinking about consciousness and the existence of God. I think they probably leave those thoughts and those considerations to their private life where it actually matters, not talking shit about you.
And so...
No, I think you're right. I think I am not thinking deeply enough. That's why I'm trying to engage with this.
So when I look at it and I'm just like, well, what do I want to do with my time? It most certainly is not like spending it replying to some retard. Like every...
So he did. I saw the chat saying this. So he did try to relate this idea of this purely material form of consciousness with no creator and atheism and science to not replying to shit posts on Twitter.
Every single ticking moment on this planet for me right now is an opportunity I will not get back. So you understand, like, when you think...
Why would you admit that? So basically he's saying, anytime I reply to my trolls, I am killing myself. That's like what he just said. He's saying, I'm killing a small part of my life. Why would you admit that that's your philosophy? Because you have responded. This video is a response. This is 58 minutes of you killing yourself, according to your own logic. I don't want that.
Like that, it then becomes important what you do with your time. You see, like, that's the way that I look at it.
I think you did.
And the things that I want to put first and the things that I want to be important to me. And I look at this online stuff, I'm like, how important is that to me? It's not. It's really not
58 minutes, then why make this video?
that important.
Like, you already... Okay, now you may say, well, he's got to make the video to explain why he's done, like his goodbye video. But he already made the whole goodbye post.
To me at all. Like, experience and seeing the world and stuff like that.
Then go travel, man. You can make it into content or don't.
Is like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I want to come back to this stuff and do it at some point. But like,
you have been doing it. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if he doesn't understand or what. You are doing it. We're doing it right now. Like, you making this video, me responding. You are in this. You are doing this already.
Things in my life, like,
I told you what he was doing. Yeah, like I said, I mentioned that you in the chat were calling him out for doing exactly this, and you were right.
Like, there's things that I want to do. You know, like, that's important to me because I don't get a second go. There's no.
Okay, buddy. If you are this broken up about shitposting online to the point where you're talking about no second chances, and it sounds like you're about to jump off the Big Ben, and how it's over, and how you are killing yourself every time you respond, stop doing this. Now, unfortunately, I feel like he's going to be encouraged to because he has got all these likes, 300 likes. It's, like I said, really impressive. A 1-to-5 view to like ratio. Might unfortunately encourage him to continue, even though by his own logic, this is killing him. But
like, other chance, and this fucking, why isn't he streaming while you all sit in your bedrooms all fucking day,
sitting in the bedroom,
acting like incels, and you're like, again, there's no second go. You don't get no second chance. You lot that are all fucking fascinated with these ideas on YouTube about fucking spirituality and all of this bullshit.
It's just so... I just don't see the sector as religious, really. I make jokes about how the religious... if anything, it's the opposite. I think the religious sphere is more like the sector than the sector is like the religious sphere, you know? In the sense that the religious sphere is more about drama than religion, and the sector is purely about drama. I just wonder who he has in mind when he's talking about these supposed people in the sector that are all into spirituality. I just really can't think of anyone other than maybe the Quartering, who talks about religion sometimes. And I guess Shaggy, but surely he's not talking about that.
All bullshit. It's all a load of crap. And for me, I'm just like, I sit there and I'm like, I look at these fucking closed-minded people and I'm like, they come at me and expect me to be bothered about their opinion. I'm just like, I'm not gonna waste a second even caring.
What I mean, there's a really short list of people that have come at you, and I can't think of any of them that came at you with anything to do with religion. Like, most of your shitposters are purely just like open about being like laughing at you and thinking that you are like chimping out about stuff and kind of baffled by your conduct. He's talking about me? I don't think he is. Because I don't talk about religion very much, as far as like it being a reason for feeling any way about people in the sector. I didn't mention religion at all in the stream with him, did I? Does anyone remember me relating religion at all to him?
Like, you know, somebody comes at me, I'm just like, okay, cool, bye. I don't spend my life miserable like you people. You know, I'd rather or at least fill my time with just like doing things that are nice, like, and I enjoy, like, and stuff like this. I mean, realistically, when you look at the stuff that you're invested in now, and now understanding there are no second chances, there are no second go-overs or anything like that. All of those things that you never got to do throughout your life, all of those things that you've always wanted to do throughout your life, you're not going to get an opportunity to.
What if this talking shit online is one of those things? What if you go get your other ducks in a row and get the, you know, whether it be financial or lifestyle freedom, so that you can then just frivolously talk shit online as a hobby? Have you considered that? That it's not like, not everyone is doing it because like they're trying to make money or turn it into a grift. That this is like, this is the vacation, right? That occasionally when you get the chance, you stream and you talk shit because it's a fun, it's like, it is the recreation, it is the fun. Is that even a possibility to this guy? I don't think so. I think that because he's anxious, he sees it as like work, as something hard, as like he said, something that's like hurts him. But if that's your attitude, if that's how you're wired, then just don't do it.
To do again. So for me, when I look at this stuff online, when I look at all of these fucking people, these fucking retards and stuff like this, that I'm just, you have to look at what's important, you know? That's my opinion. Like, that's where I'm at the minute. People will sit there and use this as some excuse to try and say that I'm breaking down or something like this. They'll say he's gone crazy.
Buddy, you tweeted like 20 times in one night to nobody about declaring war on the sector, asking for people to challenge you, saying that no one would show up after you blocked them all, and then said that you won a total victory against the sector. I'm sorry, but the St. Hudgens Day speech stuff that night was something. I don't know if crash out's the right word. It was a grand, monumental, theatrical effort. That's me being very nice saying it that way.
And that's just not the reality. It's just kind of realizing what's important and just knowing like what to put first. Like that's kind of
like, I just feel like all this can be boiled down to, if this is not fun for you, don't do it. Like, you don't making money from this. You're not tied to this. This isn't your living. If you talking shit online and being talked shit about is not fun for you, then just don't do it. And not everybody who does this is doing it to make money or doing it because they feel like they have to. Some people, this is the recreation. And some people are wired that way and some people aren't, and that's okay.
A bit for me. You know, I don't want to come off and say it like I'm trying to be insulting, but I look at...
Why not? Just be insulting. Call out the people you think are stupid or whatever and just say.
Some of the people's, like the creators' lives, the ones that all invest in this stuff, and I can't help but look at them and just like feel fucking miserable. I'm just like, I don't want that to be my life. Like, that's how I feel about it. And again, these aren't things that like I expect someone who spends all their time in Discord, group chats, someone who spends all of their fucking time online. I don't expect them to understand these things. And so I'm putting this out into a space where it's like, it's filled with these kinds of people, and they're not going to like this video because it is going to make them fucking sit there and think, well, you know what? Maybe I'm right.
Right about what? That people like different things? I'm fine with that. I'm fine if you don't enjoy this, then don't do it. And you don't need to tell us why or explain yourself or justify it. It's a preference thing.
You know? Same as most of my stuff. Like, again, it's kind of like, I've always had this approach in my content. People wonder why, like, what I do is so different and why it works as well.
It's not what? How is it? What is it that you do? You make these pre-recorded videos? That's not new. That's like a podcast, I guess.
Well, as it does, it's because it's just real world opinions. Like, I know deep down that.
Then why do you need to justify it to us?
Real world opinions, there's always going to be more of them than there is to a community. And so I rely on that. You know, like, that's the smart thing to do. And yeah, just, I don't know, like, I just kind of, you think a lot about life, things like this. I think, like, I kind of wanted to give people a bit of an explanation because, like, I've just kind of done all of this and then just been like, yeah, I just kind of want to take my time off. And
you already said this. You made a big post saying you were taking time off on the 29th. Mission accomplished.
Again, I don't expect people online to understand that. You know, like the people that I'm addressing right now, I don't expect them to get it.
Then why make the argument? If there's just a simple preference difference, then this is not a moral argument. This is not a harm argument. This is just pure preference, and you don't need to justify anything.
And yeah, I don't know, like, that's just it for me. Like, there's things that I want out of life.
Okay, then go do them. And if you want to share them, then share them. And if you don't, then don't.
You know, like, again, it means like a hell of a lot to me. Way more important than any of this bollocks. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, attention is great online, but like, experience in life? Like, I don't give a fuck about attention online, to be honest
then
with
why
you.
did you... Okay, buddy. I don't care about attention online. We have 350 likes on this video after you've just been tweeting for 2 weeks with no likes. You've got your attention. You clearly, like, you made this video and you put it out to explain yourself. For what other purpose than attention, which you have now received? You know, assuming it's not botted, right? I'm not saying it is. I'm, just assuming it's not all botted, and because that would totally destroy this entire fucking statement. If it was that you were botting, hypothetically, if hypothetically you were botting your likes, it would kind of completely dismantle the entire idea that you're not looking for attention, wouldn't it?
When I could be out there seeing the fucking world, doing things with my life and stuff like this, like that's like...
Go get a GoPro, strap it to your fucking head, and backpack through Europe. Go do your whatever your experiences that you're doing, or don't have the GoPro. But like, if you want to go experience, you want to share the experiences, then you can do that. It's not hard. Like, the only reason I don't do that, the only reason I don't like stream when I travel and stuff is just because this is the sector, and I know that I'd immediately get fucking swatted while I'm at some cathedral in Spain. Right? That's pretty much the only reason.
Like how I feel with them.
I'd love to do, like, when I travel, because I usually do some big trip at least once a year. We did the Spain thing in September, and I'll probably do something by the end of this year too. And I'd love to live stream those, but I know I can't because I know the way the sector works. That doesn't stop me from doing the trips, because the trips themselves are already fun, and I go with my friends, and it's a great time, and that's good enough. Like, I don't understand. Like, you don't need to announce this. I just don't. I do not. This is. I'm losing my mind.
That's genuinely where I'm at. Like, it's not about anybody else. It's not about any of this. Like, it's just there's something in me recently that's just been like, do you know what? I want more for myself. Like, that has just been it. And people spend their days, like, angry with people and doing these back and forths and stuff like that. And even when I consider that, I'm just like, I look at some of these creators. I look at what their lives is every day. They're in.
How do you know what their life? I mean, okay, there are some people you can make some assumptions, like I said, DSP, Ralph, honestly, a couple others. You can draw some conclusions, but most of the people in the sector that aren't like, Shaggy streaming, getting drunk and dying, pseudo dying, you really can't.
Group chats, they're in Discords, they're arguing with people every day, they do all this shit. I'm not like, I'm a very chill person, to be honest with you. Like, I get people that think that I'm some, like, that's not actually the case. Like,
I'm aware that there was a response, and I have no interest in listening to the lies of a malicious, evil pedophile. I just don't care. I don't care what his reaction is. I don't take anything he says in good faith, and I've said everything I want to say on that topic.
I'm actually very much like, I just like to relax.
I don't care about the opinion of a malicious, evil pedophile, and I don't think really anyone else does either.
And chill and these kinds of things, that's what I like. And yeah, I don't know, like, I'm just like, I look at someone like Ralph. Okay,
so this is about Ralph. Like I said, I think you can draw some conclusions about the way Ralph lives because of how much he streams and everything. And his life kind of is the content, right? But a lot of these other people, I don't think so.
Like Marsh, look at all these different creators that, like, invest in these spaces and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Mersh, I think you can draw some conclusions about Mersh too. Maybe less than Ralph, but only a little.
And most of them just aren't very happy. The ones that are, most happy.
Yeah, this is kind of. I'm kind of agree that this really does sound like a midlife crisis at this point.
Are the ones that are least invested, you know? And that's kind of where I want to be. Like, I kind of want to be in a position where it's just like, you know, I want to be putting these things that I want in my real life far more than I do any of this stuff. And just for me right now, where I'm at in my life, my thinking and stuff like that, it's just, for me, it's important that I put this stuff forward right now. Like, you know, put this stuff ahead of all of this bollocks online. Like, there's so much more that I could be doing.
How is this not just like a self, quote, he's self-felting himself, as DSP says? Like, this is supposed to be about how everybody in the sector is wasting their life and is whatever, but then you admit that you're doing it. You just said that. You just said, I could be doing better stuff.
You know, like, before I came and started doing all of this stuff, like, more heavily online, I was traveling the world and, like, seeing things and, like, doing things and, you know, and there's a part of that I've lost and I miss it. You know, like, I've seen a lot of the world. Now I want to see more of it. And yeah, I don't know why anybody would want to waste their time doing this constantly, as often as they do, making out like it's their job. But I mean, okay, like, I've been a part of the workforce. Like, I've been a part
Back to the job thing. I talk to scientists. I talk to whoever.
of unhappy jobs.
I guess maybe you kind of have an argument with guys like Ralph who haven't worked a job because they've been streamers. But the reason why Ralph hasn't worked a job is because through his ups and downs, he does make enough money to survive, to live. Now, it obviously meant he had to go to Mexico where the costs are lower. Like, I'm not saying it's ideal, but like, it's not like he's on welfare.
You know, you don't need to spend the rest of your life in a job unhappy. I mean, I'm not saying that this stuff makes me unhappy, but I look at those people and I'm just like, they call it a job, and I'm like, and I look at their lives, you know, I kind of like, it's not your job, it's your entire life, isn't it? And it's fucking miserable. You know, I don't want that to be me. So, yeah, no, like, I'm just like, I understand, like, what's important, what should come first, these kinds of things. Now, while I've gone on about all of this stuff, while I've sat here, spoken about everything that I have, my thoughts and where I'm at the minute, like, again, people will sit there and try and pull apart everything that I'm saying to try and go, wow, this and that, this, and again, I don't expect...
Yeah, and I did do that.
Incels or people who don't leave...
Okay, well, people can criticize you without being any of these terms you're about to use.
Leave their bedrooms, people who hang around in Discords, these group chats, and people that invest in this stuff heavily online to understand it.
Okay.
But that's just where I'm at. And
if they're never going to understand it, then why pitch this to them? Why even try to explain it?
So for me, I thought that the best way to kind of, you know, leave this off...
So did he say sit here? I think he probably did in that last statement.
For now is just kind of to talk about, I guess myself, like, a little bit. Sort of like coming into content, these kinds of things. Many people will know that, like, obviously outside of this, I'm a healthcare assistant. You know, like, I'm a very good person. Like,
First of all, I just don't think it's smart to give details about your work when you have people who are going after you. Number two, again, you just don't want to be the guy who has to say, I'm a good person. Like, it should just either be apparent or irrelevant.
I did that job with, like, a smile on my face, and, like, you know...
Excuse me, sorry.
If you people see me with, like, the people that I've worked with, like, you'd understand, like, what kind of person I am, like, deep down, and, like, a lot of people, like, I get a lot of people who hate me, right?
Hate? I mean, a lot? I don't know, man. Most of the people I've talked to who are, like, light Hujin A-logs, I don't really think they hate you. I'll admit that there's one or two guys I think literally hate you, but I don't hate this guy. I think he's kind of entertaining, and I wish that some of his like big crash outs, like the St. Hedges Day thing, were live. I think they'd be entertaining. But if he doesn't want to do this, then just don't. And then I know that like quite a few other people literally just think it's again just entertaining. It's hate is a very strong word for this.
And the thing is that's just not like the way that they paint me is just very different from how I am in the real world. It's like just completely different. Like it's just not accurate. That's the truth.
Okay, well then they'll never know because they don't know you in real life. So there's like you're not going to prove it.
Like there's never been somebody more lied about or galloped as much as I have that's actually innocent and a
Innocent of what? Like, let's be real here, Hooch. All of this, pretty much all of this, is all over a stupid friend finder page, where you say you were looking for a male woman threesome. Like, even the worst claims against you that most people talk about, or not most people, the few people that talk about, are not that serious, really. Like, in the grand scheme of things, right? Especially considering the other stuff we deal with in the sector, right? It's
decent person. Like, I will take that claim and say that.
Yeah, I know he said past tense. I did. And he said that multiple times.
Like, I genuinely mean that. When I first sort of like started out in content, many years ago, like a ridiculous amount of time ago, it was back on the regular TVs, you know, where you had like the 3 pins, you know, the reds, the white, and the other one. I can't even remember. It's been so long. And yeah, I guess like I was uploading videos like that. It was GTA. It was just a stupid clip, just a dumb thing, nothing much. Eventually, I started doing gaming videos.
Kyle beat his ex-wife until she miscarried. Holy shit. Okay, I mean, I'll be the first to admit that I am not the expert in any of this. It just seems like whenever I've watched, like, you know, like the Salvo thing or other stuff, everything seems to be about this friend finder. He's constantly talking about the fucking friend finder, right? And so that's what I assumed he meant by like, oh, I'm innocent. Like, innocent of what? Of this stupid trivial thing, right?
More stuff like this. Like, I ended up with like proper capture equipment. I started moving from console over to PC. And I started just like doing gaming. Like, some of my most successful videos have had some of the same amount of views some of the commentary channels have had. Like many of the—
Then go do that. I just do not understand the two simultaneous positions. I'm a content god. I know how to juice the algo. I know exactly how to do like make content, make a channel, blow it up, do this shit. And then also, I hate this. I don't like making content. Every time I do it, I feel like I'm wasting my time. It hurts me, it kills me, and I don't do it. And that's why I don't do any of it. Like, those are two mutually exclusive.
These like little niche popular ones now, just on gaming videos. Again, I'm pretty good when it comes to the algorithm and understanding communities and stuff like that. Like, if I go to YouTube with all of the stuff that I'm doing right now, like, you think I wouldn't have an easy time with it? Of course I would.
Then do it! Like, if you can do it and you want to do it and you think it's easy money or whatever, no one's going to begrudge you for doing that.
Like, the only thing really is just flagging, isn't it? You know? Again, like, I'm pretty good with that stuff, though. Like, I think people don't actually realize, like, how capable I am of just, like, being TOS friendly while being effective. So,
Okay.
like, and that's something I've done a lot in the commentary.
I'm not good at that. I mean, let's be real, guys. The minute I get over like 1,000 subscribers, if that even ever happens, and I somehow get monetized, like half these streams are going to get fucking flagged for TOS for all sorts of different reasons. Like, I understand that. I recognize that. Like, I don't have that skill. I can't make stuff and be TOS. Like, I just can't. I wouldn't say I'm super crazy, but I am not TOS compliant. Like, this, I'm sorry. It's just true. Please don't flag me. Like, you'd still be a flag and gay if I got flagged for that. But if you have that ability to be entertaining and still be TOS compliant, that's actually kind of rare, especially like among here in the sector. So you should do that if you can do that, Hujin.
Community. People will know this about me. So, you know, again, I can say that. So, like I say, I started out in the you know, kind of gaming and stuff like that. And eventually, like, I leant towards the commentary community. You know, I was watching Drama Alert for years. Like, I used to watch all of the stupid shit, like,
Cool.
just like all the dumb back and forth. Like, back in the era of like Leafy is Here, for instance. Many years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Then eventually I ended up going towards,
whole
like
history.
I said, the commentary community. I guess Keemstar's sphere
Kind of got thrown out, it sounds like, but like after that Salvo thing, but you know.
almost introduced me to the Nicholas Diorio.
Keemstar almost introduced me to Nicholas. This is like how once I went to a party in London and Roger Waters' youngest son was there, and I talked to him for a little while. This would be like me saying I almost met Roger Waters.
Oggy RFC kind of sphere, these kind of things. And I went towards there, and like I say, I'm a very deep thinker, and I think heavily about things. Like people would have seen a video
It's
that
deep and heavy.
I put out before, and if you've seen that video and understood it in its full context, then you'd understand why I am like the way I am, if you get it. And again, I don't really care like if people don't understand that. Like, I really don't. Like, that's who I am, and like it has a lot of benefits. Sucks in some areas, but you know. But yeah, I guess like moving into the commentary community and moving towards this stuff with in this area where, like, you know, you had Diorio, you had Oggy, Bo Blacks, now recording, all of this kind of stuff. I sort of like slowly started coming up, and I got into like a back and forth with now recording, and I remember going on there and just like really like I don't even think like I think I did pretty well, to be honest with you. I went on there and it was just this constant back and forth. Like I mean I was there like trying to explain my side, and like I'm the type of person, I don't repeat myself. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and like if somebody talks over me and then goes, well, say it again, like, well, I'm not gonna do that. If you're not gonna list, like,
Bro, you only have like one call, like the Salvo call. Are there any other recorded that still exist that have been recorded of him actually talking to anyone live? Like, what could he possibly be referring to here other than the Salvo call?
if you're not gonna listen to me in the first place, don't ask me to repeat myself. That's I remember saying that specifically.
Yeah, this guy, he can't drown his demons. They know how to swim.
And then he'll just shut up. So that was pretty fun. And then I had like all of the little goons come in, you know. I remember one of them being, I think it was Jessica.
It could be possible, Mafia. I'm trying to understand how smart he is. I'm trying to engage with his deep and heavy thoughts, and maybe I'm just not equipped to. Maybe the Norwegian's right. I'm just not as smart as I think I am. But I'm trying.
A Pizzle, which is somebody that's somebody I actually like today. Like, I don't have a problem with this person. They come on in and they're like, rah! Like, they had all these issues with me, and I explained like my side to them, and then they didn't get it, and then somebody else explained my side to them, and they was like, now I get it. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this is retarded, you know? And then it gets more retarded. I have this interaction with Bo Blacks, and you know, Bo Blacks comes into the call, and he's like talking to me about all of this stuff, you know. I think he was just like, I think he was kind of more or less on my side, right? But the moment that I left the call, because I ended up just leaving the call quite abruptly, because I found like the whole situation was pretty funny, to be honest with you. But I left the call, and like Bo Blacks is there screaming, you know. He's there like, why does anyone care about a fucking gaming channel? Like, screaming like some fucking autistic. And yeah, so I don't know, like I kind of had like a lot of these moments throughout the commentary community. I was kind of like in my area of like coming up, you know? And that was the same time that Salvo Pancakes was also
Are
coming
you still coming up, or did you peak? Is that the implication?
up. You know,
Okay, so now he's gonna relitigate the whole Salvo. Is this actually a response to my stream? Why would he relitigate the Salvo thing? Or does he do this regularly? I don't know. I don't want to like assign that he's. I don't want to just assume that he's.
again, like
I just don't know why you would relitigate that old stream, other than because I just streamed and watched it. Like, who else would? Did someone else talk about it?
I was kind of like doing my thing in the lower sphere. He was a lot bigger than me. And yeah, I guess I ended up moving sort of like towards like him after this. This was like after all the op stuff. Because people remember the Salvo Pancakes gay op from a bunch of people, which was like heavily blown up by Keemstar. And I think like with what people know about gay ops today, I couldn't imagine how that situation would play out today. I think it would play out a lot differently. But regardless, you know, this group came around and they were doxing the entire community. They were doing all of this crazy shit. And the thing was that there were people supporting them simply because and again, like, this is what I mean. Hadn't have doxed anyone, hadn't have ever done anything bad. Because my narratives were that good, these people were...
My narratives were that good. What?
Willing to support
What does that even mean?
And I found that kind of crazy, you know, like, that's why I dealt with it first. It's just like, okay, so like, if I'm just too good, like, then you people are just going to say that you're going to support this, or you create reasons.
Maybe sometimes people just don't like you. Like, you know, like that, or like you, even if you're wrong. Like, that's
to like hate people. And that's kind of exactly what it is. So for me, like, I started like looking into this gay op around Salvo, and you know, I got a lot of work done on it. I've still got like interviews, even with Clara, that I have recorded that I've never released to the public today. And I can't release to the public because I'm bound by law. Like, that's the position that I'm in with that.
Who's Clara? That's related to Salvo or him?
I've got it. But I haven't released it, because if I did, that would mean that she could have me arrested, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not that stupid. So, like I say, that ended up happening. I interviewed other people, and kind of, the more that I kind of pulled this apart, is just like...
This guy had like one little moment, like one run, like 2 years ago, around all this Salvo stuff. And he's just been like reliving it ever since. And like, even if he's right, and that was like his come up, he just didn't even take advantage. It sounds like he just didn't even take advantage of it. He just immediately like got traumatized and ran away, and then now he's stuck. Don't understand.
Like, being the gay op that it was, and just all as stupid as it was, these people got angry. And then that's when like the whole doxing my family and all of this kind of stuff happened. Like,
okay, so that's what traumatized him, is his family and stuff getting doxed. Okay. I understand why that's scary and bad, but you think that the response to that wouldn't be to stick around. It would be to DFE and fuck off. If it's really that like scary to you, and I understand that it would be. But instead you're like half in and half out, like you're in freaking limbo, man. Like you're a shade in Hades.
all of this, like, trying to gay up me, all of this stupid shit. And that was simply, like, again, out of just doing the right thing and wanting to just be honest and wanting to just, like, you know, get to the bottom of all of that. Now, I won't sit here and say that I didn't release a video on Salvo when it all first happened, just basically saying, okay, this is what apparently has happened. Throughout the entire video, I said, allegedly. I was like, always very good with my videos. So, like, yeah, I don't know why
Salvo... No one knows anything about this. Except for your A-logs. No one knows any of this history or this lore except for your A-logs, man. Why are you relitigating this shit from years ago? Who is this addressed to?
Again, Salvo had an issue with me for that, but I'm like, buddy, I just said what, like, other people are saying. Now I say
well, you know, he is blowing up. He got almost 350 likes on this video. Like I said, a 1/5 view to like ratio. Somebody really likes this.
Allegedly, I'm very good about all of this stuff, and then he's
for him.
Like, then I helped him out, and then he was a little bit, you know, happier about that, I guess. But like I say, like, looking into all of this stuff, it just, yeah, it ticked off all of these, like, weird Discord people. Again, like, just very odd. And yeah, I guess that's just, like, again, it's like telling the truth. And then everybody coming against you, because the person that you want to tell the truth about is Salvo Pancakes for one. You all know how he was viewed in the commentary community. So I remember even a moment going in Xylee is real. I remember at one point going in her chat and turning around to her and basically saying like, look, like I know
this is just like old war stories, except the war was like 2 weeks long, would be a sideshow for anyone else 2 years later because they would have just kept making stuff and gotten bigger.
know that Salvo's innocent. Like, I can prove it. I got a video coming. She even like got arsey with me about it. I was just there thinking, like, shouldn't you be happy? Shouldn't you not want this stuff to happen? But no, it's like him being cleared as innocent was considered as like bad and these things. Like, I don't do that. Like, I do the right thing, you know? So I went forward with it anyway. Like, I don't care. Like, I'll just do the right thing. Like I say, that ended up leading towards people gay-opping me, creating bullshit about me, telling people that I dox people while doxing my family. Keep in mind that the people that I've doxed are just people that have doxed me. Like, again, like, I don't just like, yeah, I've made some like passing comments to people because it's funny. Have I acted on it? No. Like, again, like the people that have doxed me are people that have like doxed me, you know, like heavily in my family and things like this. So, yeah.
Well, that just makes them want to do even worse. Like
I say, just somebody who goes after things like gay ops and stuff like this. Then, I guess, like, as time went on, you know, like, obviously, things didn't really come back with Salvo. These people had no interest in ever listening to my side. Like, again, it's like nobody ever did. Like, that's the most infuriating part about doing all of this is like, there's like this version that people have of my history that's completely different from my actual history. And people seem to go...
This is why I invited you on, so you can present your history, because I don't really know it either. I know what I went over in that stream, which is like the basics. And this was your whole contention, was that I supposedly didn't platform your harassment. And the reason I didn't was because I thought it'd make it worse. But no, I guess you wanted that. So it's been offered. We're day 4 into it being offered, and you not taking it.
With this other version, because there's just that many people that dislike the people that I've supported in the past. And that's not the way that it should be. Like, I find that, like, bad. Because it's not like I'm a bad person. I just figure people out. Like, again, it's like, I'll just slowly figure people out by myself. But what I'm not going to do...
I didn't say you were a bad person either, even in my stream. Now, if this whole thing about you beating some girl into a miscarriage is true, that's going to change my opinion. But at least in that stream, when that was not really in it, I didn't...
Is like, believe people that, like, act like the way most of these people do in these communities. Like, imagine acting like the way that they do, and then when they come to me with something about someone being like, trust me, bro, trust me. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know? That's the realistic approach. But yeah, so I don't know, like when I kind of look at like just where everything went, is it's just like the commentary community kind of ended for me at that point. It was one of them where it was like I just knew full well like these people weren't ever going to support me.
Oh my god, I just don't even know what what he's talking about here. Or I do know what he's talking about, this whole commentary, but it's just like no one cares about this. It's 2 years old. I don't know why you have to relitigate this. Also, what does this have to do with you beating the bullied, closed-minded, shut-in incels now?
I'm literally here telling the truth.
I know,
doing nothing more than telling the truth. And these people all dox me and then use that as an excuse to then paint me further as a bad guy when it's completely inaccurate, and the things that they're saying about me I can prove untrue today. Have I sent a text to a woman in the past that's like maybe been out of character? Yes. But have I ever actually done anything? No. Like, that would be completely wrong. So to sit there and like go, wow, you're this and that. I don't even have a criminal record. I don't have no cautions, warnings, or anything like this. I literally have worked in care throughout my life. To sit there and be like, you're a but like, it's retarded. Sorry, but like, I don't have space for that in my...
What is he saying here? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And learning someone from the sector is butthurt about me insulting their religion is funny. Is he talking about me? I'm fine with you being an atheist, man. I said that at the very outset of this. I said that you being an atheist is the one thing that you have been consistent on through everything. You made a video where you talked about various statements about not just theology, but also like epistemology and ontology, and I gave commentary on that. And most of the counter arguments I gave you, I tried to give from an atheist perspective. Like, true faith is not shaken by some random guy asking basic questions about or sharing his opinion on atheism. It's fine. I don't feel like My faith is it will survive. will survive the questions of Hujin. I don't feel insulted. I don't feel like the religion is insulted. Ones like you have done that for hundreds of years. You'll debate of things such as the existence of Jesus, which I'm not saying wasn't a real we didn't even talk about that. But what or I guess we did. I talked about sources or historiographical standards. But what I am saying is origin is important, which its origins is the Sumerians, and all things said to have been of gods can be explained naturally through science. Again, I don't think a naturalistic explanation precludes the existence of God if God himself created the natural order. The origin is Sumerians. Well, you said the original writings of the Sumerians were not religious in nature, even though they were. No matter how much your stories tell you different, I'd sooner watch. Well, you also tell yourself a story. Everyone, like, we relate to the world through stories. It's called abstraction. Peyton dried and joined the never-ending moron conversation. Thanks for the offer. I didn't give you an offer. I didn't offer to debate you on religion. I don't debate religion. I'm not an apologist. I am not. I've said this from the very beginning when I started covering the Religisphere stuff. I specifically was not super explicit about my denomination because I didn't want to make it a denomination war, because I was just in it for covering the drama, not for doing apologetics, not for doing anything like that. And what's actually left are the little hate groups against me. How many of them are alts of your own? I don't have any alts. Talk about not being able to accept defeat. You lot fucking... This is... How can you say that whoever this is that you're talking about has been defeated when this is a post right after one where you're saying you're leaving? And I must say before... Every time I click show more, it's just... Okay, I don't really care about this. When I come back, everything will be on mic. No more Twitter except promotion platform to post content. Let's start. I'll be just covering, laughing at... Cool. Good. Sounds good, man. Watching Andons in the sector cry to the very little that's left. Unlike you all, I don't need people to hold my hand or group up to do anything. I'm solo. Stood against you all and still did everything I did on my own while you all ran around like the... I mean, he's getting hundreds of likes. Good for him. He's finally found his audience after suspiciously mere days after people making fun of him for having no engagement.
And there's not long left till I detonate, leave guys.
No. Oh my gosh. Don't care about your religion? Which one of you is the Hujinal? True. How about this for science? Hujin is responsible for fucking up his life. True. Cause and effect. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I mean... I think I did not offer to debate you about religion. I don't debate people about religion, really. I don't think I'm qualified. I also just don't think I have the authority to do so. Yeah. So, there was no offer there from me, at least. I'm sure that people are saying that because it's funny, and that's fine. I get it. People stirring the pot. That's cool. But I didn't offer that. And most of what's in here are like very vague offhand references to what I was just taught when I was reacting to him, and seem to completely miss the point of any of my questions, especially considering most of my questions were directed from the angle of an atheist argument, specifically because I'm not trying to play apologetics with you. I'm especially baffled by this because even most atheists understand why this doesn't make sense, why it's possible to have a creator of the universe who himself created the natural order, and therefore anything that's a product of the natural order is indirectly a product of the creator. And so just because things can be explained through the methodology of science does not necessarily mean that their origin is not through a creator, right? This is like Thomas Aquinas explaining that God himself created logic, and therefore chooses to act within the bounds of his own creation of logic. It's like really basic stuff. I don't know why you've thrown yourself into this argument about things like this when you really didn't need to. Especially when the video, at least from the title, I understood was supposed to be about you poning shut-ins, incels, and closed-minded people who are bullied. Again, the whole stories thing, literally all of humanity works through stories and abstraction. Even the story of the development of the methodology of science, of the different forms of atheism, all of that is a story. Because stories are how we order the universe. It's how we segment things. It's how we find meaning. So that we can teach lessons to the next generation. Cavemen told stories specifically because it is better to tell a story about why you shouldn't eat a poisonous plant rather than trying to eat the poisonous plant and learning that it's poisonous yourself. It's an evolutionary advantage that humans learned how to abstract through stories. It is not the domain of any single religion or any single belief system. All right. When we finish this, this is kind of putting me to sleep, I'll be real.
Like, thought space, like, whatsoever. I don't care. Like, if that's... Okay, go ahead, cry. You know, so for me, I ended up eventually coming towards the sector. And... Right. Yeah, I guess, like, as I came towards the
Trench Crusade. So I saw your comment about Trench Crusade. Mostly the problem with Trench Crusade is the original pitch was kind of light on details because it was merely a pitch to start with. And then once the details started filling out, they basically had this weird revenge fantasy where they hated their own fans. And so then they increasingly, rather than fixing some of the lack of detail, lack of fleshing out of the setting, directed it to something that directly alienated the sort of people who'd be interested in the setting to begin with. Also, they directly lied about numerous Kickstarter promises, about never having to, about how they were going to sell the models and all sorts of stuff. Just a total series of unforced errors and retardation.
The sector, like, I kind of, when I first came in, I was actually logging the casino, funnily enough. Like, I was just clipping the casino a little bit, just kind of getting familiar with everything, and just, yeah. As things came a little bit more apparent to me about the casino, the history, and then obviously you have Liana's connection to Warski, and Liana being somebody that docks children in my family, then I ended up sort of like basically moving more towards Ralph's side, which obviously ticks off a bunch of other people. There's a lot of
You don't have to be on anyone's side, man. You can point out, you can criticize people for specific things when you want to. I
invested in the sector, like really awful people. And I mean, at this point, like, you know, like a month before that, I didn't even know what the sector was. I didn't know who Ethan Ralph was. I didn't know.
I don't even know what's going on.
None of this stuff. Like, I didn't even know that side of the internet existed. I knew the commentary community and Keemstar's space. Like, that's what I knew. And I find out it's this other fucking community filled with fucking absolute retards and maniacs and just like weirdos and just the most vile people that you could ever meet on the planet. Not people, like, these are people you want to avoid throughout your life, you know? And so, like I say, I ended up, you know, like I just explained a moment ago, I'm not going to repeat myself. But I ended up, like, going towards this, like, meme group. You know, that's the way that I seen it. It was just like, you know, we just make memes. It's animation. Like just putting out all these stupid animations, having a laugh. It was fun. Like, people enjoyed it. And, yeah, eventually... somebody came closer towards that group, which, you know, Skankow. And basically, the more that she got closer to the group, I moved away. Now, she started...
Also, I'm thinking about that post he made again. He said he didn't want to join the never-ending moron conversation regarding the religion. You are the one who made a video where half of it is about religion. You are the one who joined the conversation. What?
It, like, basically, you know, trying to come after me and, like, trying to, like, be very jealousy weird when I left that group. Like, it was very odd. Like, really odd behavior. And during the time that I was in that group, like, I had Medica come at me about this. And he comes at me screaming about cults. He comes at me screaming about... like, all of this stuff and saying...
At you? Or just, like, vaguely... like, was it you? I'm surprised.
Fucking Sprite as well. They're just like, rah, like, you know, this, that, and the other. And I'm kind of looking at them. I'm thinking, like, I even ended up...
Wait, what did Sprite do? I mean, I know Sprite made your thread. But I don't remember him ever being super vitriolic. He just thinks you're kind of crazy and funny.
Deeming it because I was like, I thought it was that ridiculous, you know, at the time.
Yeah, you are ridiculous. Like, to some people, you are very ridiculous, and so that's why they, like, do these things, man.
Stars, you can't. That's good. Christ. Like, I did. Fuck me, like, looking at the situation now, like, Christ. But that's how I looked at it at that time. Like, I didn't.
Yeah, I know it's not really about religion. It's like a weird backwards way to justify, or not justify, to explain why he doesn't care about the internet or reacting to people while he makes a 58-minute video reacting to them. But he did make some, like, absolute claims about religion and about his view on it. So he, like, whether it was a means to an end or not, he did join that conversation, that quote moron conversation. It's not like random people were tweeting at Hujin being like, Hujin, what do you think about God? Hujin, what do you think about religion? Let's debate. Like, let's debate about, let me tell you what I think about God. Like, I only talked about religion because he did. I wouldn't have otherwise. It's kind of ironic because this is the Religisphere stream, but that was not the plan.
Have a clue any of this stuff was real. And when you're talking about cults and religion, I come from the most atheist country on the fucking planet.
Oh my god, we're back here.
Like, come on, give me a fucking break. Like, don't come at me with that shit and expect me not to look at you like you're a fucking lunatic.
What?
And
when they say cults, they're using the term to refer to these weird like Discord groups where they like gay up and stuff. That's the concept, right? At least
even all of the people that were part of the Jackson group,
he's read ancient Sumerian. Yes, the Epic of Gilgamesh is like required reading in most non-shit schools. Not a big deal.
Basically said to me that this was untrue and, you know, it was all lies and stuff like this. And you even hear Ralph turn around and try and say that now and defend this fucking skank. And yeah, so eventually I ended up leaving that group. Like I say, she got really weird and jealous. It was odd. There was never anything between us like that, and it was just weird behavior. I had one interaction with her where it was basically, and this is the thing, I was passing her accounts along to Sprite for a long time through DMs. Like, basically, each time that she would create a new account, I was like having them, or like sending them around to the people that dislike.
Is this true, Sprite? Do you have DMs with Hujin?
Like, alright. And that's kind of what I did for a long time. And eventually I was just like, you know, I've just got to kind of not really invest in this anymore. Like, I just kind of got to go my own way. Same with a lot of like things that I've tried to do in the past where I've just like tried to go my own way. And yeah, so like I remember having one interaction with her on one of her accounts. This was like a long time ago, and it's basically, you'll be able to see by the post, it's literally me trying to get somebody to leave me.
Who are you talking about? Is this about Raven? Not the Sector Raven, the woman that he had some like a pseudo relationship or real relationship, but they only met up a few times, maybe. I don't even know.
Alone. I haven't interacted with them. Like, it's again, like I was explaining to somebody a little while ago that when you're dealing with certain people online, you have to know when to stop, because if you don't, then it's just like you're continuing to feed into an attention which they're enjoying.
Yeah. This is why I didn't platform your harassment, Hujin, that you then got mad at me for, right? This exact concept.
Right.
I'm glad that you recognize it.
And a lot of people don't understand that. So for me, there's like times when I have to just go, do you know what? I'm not going to invest in that anymore.
Oh, you think it's the Abyssal Orifice? Maybe.
And yeah, so like for me, I kind of look at that situation, I'm just a bit like, sucks. I wish people were more honest with me about it. I wish fucking Jim and Spray and these people didn't act like a bunch of fucking schizos about it and just actually, like, Spray
about what?
should have done what he done eventually, but he should have done that in the first place. Like, actually coming to me with information and being like, look, like, I would have accepted it, and he knows that.
So wait, you wanted Sprite to come to you with the information he was going to put in your thread and get your take on it. But you did end up giving your take on it. And it's all about the stupid friend finder shit.
Because he's the one that came to me with the information and was like, look, it's actually real. Had you done that in the fucking first place, we wouldn't have had a problem. Like, that's my point. It's just like every person around me was just dishonest to me. And I'm like, I don't expect honesty out of them. I'm not like one of these people who expects friends online, but like when it's something that kind of crazy, like you expect people to have some level of honesty about it. And they don't. You know, they just treated it like it was crazy, and that was it. So, yeah, like when I realized that, I sort of like distanced. I was just like, well, I can't really be around this group. And yeah, I just kind of, you know, tried to do my own thing. Since then, kind of just been a little bit all over the place with things, I would say. Like I've been a little bit like not really knowing what to do.
Dude, what is this episode even about? Like a third of it are some deep thoughts on religion, okay. The other, then like a third of it is recounting old commentary, like doing commentary community war stories for like his two-week stint in the commentary community. And now we're talking about Sprite.
Do because when I say not knowing what to do, I know what I've got to do. Like I'm not stupid. Like I get that.
Ah, okay, so he is talking about the Abyssal Orifice. Okay.
But for me, the not knowing what to do is kind of like, do I start investing my life in this, and then do I sit there and start getting like that every day, and you know, start trying to treat this like a job, or do I just like, you know, learn when to just go, you know what?
Well, I mean, if you already have a job, you can't just immediately start treating this as a job. And that's your whole thing, right? Is you have a job.
Enough. And like I say, with all of this stuff that's like going on in the sector, I'm just kind of like, much of it is just crazy bullshit. I don't really care about it. It's not like, it's a passing thought to me. So yeah, I don't know, like that's kind of my view on it all. It's just like, it's one of them where it's just like, there's never been like a time where it's like I'm trying to do the wrong thing. Like there's never been that time. Like it's always been about trying to do.
Yeah, obviously, most people that aren't completely malicious, like some people, think that they're doing the right thing, right? That's why I didn't just like call you evil or anything in my stream. I was just like, what is going on with this guy? I think he's just kind of crazy.
The right thing. Even with this merch stuff not that long ago with that Tumblr account, like that was obvious.
How much longer? I know, man. I'm falling off too. We got 8 minutes left.
Obviously bullshit. Again, doing the right thing. These same people, they tried doing the same thing, falsifying fucking criminal records, surrounding Dr. Till. Like, again, same thing. Like, wanting to just, like, do the right thing there. And obviously, you're saying people tried doing it to me. Like, again, it's like, it happened in a very small amount of time. Them trying to do this stupid shit to, like, 3 different people. It's just retarded. And so when I look at that, I'm just kind of like, well, yeah, I don't know. Like, I seen that, and then I seen the way that I went out of my way for other people, you know, just because it was the right thing to do. And then seeing, like, as that, like, people tried to do the same thing to me, those same people that I ran around for and was decent for go silent, and I'm just like, wow. Like, that's, like, low. Like, that is, like, such low character. So I was just like, okay, like, cool.
I mean, I'll be real, if he keeps making videos
that's the way that I view that now. I don't, like, I'm one of them people, I'm not a very...
I think the Hujin arc for me is going to be short, because this is, I can't keep doing this regularly.
Like, I don't hold, like, a lot of towards people. I learn what I learn about them, and I will remember that.
I don't have like a burning hatred towards this guy to force me to sit through these hour-long videos every week whenever he makes them or whatever.
I will continue on as normal. Like, people sit there and think that I just am like, oh yeah, you'll take shit, and then like you'll put like, no, not at all. I don't fucking forget anything. Treat me a certain way, you can guarantee that is sat there at the back of my fucking head.
So you people, millions live rent-free in your head. Why would you announce that? Especially a guy who's getting trolled. Why would you ever announce that? Also, I think he said at least 2 more sit-heres.
When I'm talking to you. Like, I know that about you. I'm very aware. Like, again, like, people will try and treat this fucking video as in, like, it's anything. But it's just, no, this is...
Wait. You don't want people to treat this video like it's something? Isn't that what you would want? Like, you're putting out your content, you want people to think it's, like, something?
It's just me. Like, genuinely, throughout my entire time online, I've done nothing but just try and be decent and try and do the right thing. And dishonest and very bad actors have basically just tried to paint it as dishonest. And dumb people are, you know, there's always going to be...
I don't even know if I'd call you dishonest. It's just, like, I just can't even get in this guy's head about what he even... Like, I think he fundamentally... thinks what's happening is different than what is actually happening due to some disordered thinking.
People stupid enough to believe that, but you can't expect me to react to it anymore or care, really. Like, again, think about the things that I've explained to you in this video.
You explained to us your basis for atheism. You explained how you making content and reacting to people is slowly killing you and you get no second chance. You explained your salvo drama in very vague terms. You explained having DMs with Sprite. You explained you have a midlife crisis and want to experience things.
You can't expect me to give two fucking shits. Every single thing that I've ever been through or go through is a learning experience to me. Doesn't matter, good or bad, whatever. Like,
I'm kind of feeling that too, Shrek.
That's it. Like, I have a very realistic view at the world. Like, I'm not a fucking idiot. Like, most
It sounds very desperate.
of you lot, and you lot are very...
Who is you lot? Again, more vague posting.
Like, that's my point.
Just call people out that you want to call out, man. It's okay.
Is that, like, I don't understand... Like, I don't expect people of that kind of character to be able to...
What kind of character? Like, just vague posting.
No,
We're
beyond
gonna get
my
5
level
minutes of
and be
vague
able to
posting
think
here,
the
I
same way I
guarantee it.
do. Like, I don't expect that out of them.
Where he declares war and how everyone is stupid except for the people he's not talking about, but all the people he is, and he won't tell you which is which.
To put that clear, it's just... Again, it's like, if your warped, closed-minded view is what makes you think that all of this space and doing all of this stuff...
At least this last part, yeah, it go here.
With all your time is what's not. Like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Cool. I've got my own life. And
Then go live
yeah,
it,
I'm not going to waste any more
Have
time
fun.
on
Godspeed.
the miserable people, you know? So that's my opinion. Like, again, it's like, I really wish people had a little bit more of a deeper understanding of my lack of care for them.
A deeper understanding of my lack of care. Why do you care if any of these people know exactly the philosophical basis of your lack of caring?
And that's kind of the point, like, I really want to make in this video is that, like, I know I'm a great person. I can tell you my entire story throughout.
Then why make the video at all? If you yourself know, and the people who matter, which are the people in real life around you, know, then why do you care?
From 2022 and sit there and go through it all. Like, I have no problem doing that. When it comes to people thinking that I care about their opinions, think about the way that I look at my time on this planet.
This is so crazy.
Do you really think I give two fucks to spend a second thinking about...
Okay, you cannot tell me that you don't spend a second thinking about them at minute 53 of your 58-minute video about this. Okay? You have quite literally spent 53 minutes thinking about this.
What you have to say about me? Really? Again, there's far more important in life to me.
Then go do it!
You know? And that's just the way that I see it. Like, that's my view on everything. Like, again, when I look at these people's lives, when I look at, like, everything, it's just miserable, right?
He's repeating himself.
I don't really know what
I'm
else to
repeating
say
my
to these
response.
people. Like, again,
I'm
it's
getting
not...
into the hoojin, so I'm
You know,
going
before
as
this, I was
crazy as he
traveling,
is.
seeing things, doing things, like, fucking...
I think he said sit here as
I
well.
want to get back to that, you know? So yeah, like, for me, I'm just, like, a bit soul searching right now, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay.
Kind of just wanting, like, to put the most important things in my life first, and...
Good luck. It's going to be hard, considering randomly you've got a massive explosion of likes and engagement, but, you know, stay strong, Richard.
Just giving less of a shit about this stuff. I just don't care. Like, when you consider that, like, again, the things that I've spoken about in this video, like, why the fuck would you expect me to care? So, like, I hope those people understand that on a deeper level. Is like, it doesn't matter whether you cry about me, it doesn't matter whether you have a moan about me, it doesn't matter. Like,
Okay,
there is
got it.
this
Thank you.
wall
You don't care. 55 minutes in, you don't care.
of that does not.
You don't care so much that you're literally live tweeting my stream, trying to debate me about religion.
Give a fuck. That is you. You know that gif of when you're talking to the wall? That is you.
Isn't that what I literally said he was doing with the whole St. Hudgens Day speech stuff? Where he, like, played a whole 3-act play where he had the inciting incident, the height of the war, and then his victory. It was like a kid playing G.I. Joes in the corner while, like, the adults are doing something else.
Like, for me, through one ear, back out the other. Has no importance to me. I wish these people would learn just their lack of importance to me. Like, that's what I mean is again, I don't have to sit there and, like, you know, I don't have to do the back and forth concept. I don't have to engage with you. I just ignore you. Like, it's that easy.
You're 56 minutes into not ignoring
for me. And, like, people seem to think that me ignoring them is like some, wait, no. I do
ignoring. Let's see how the ignoring is going. 7 minutes ago, responding to himself, live tweeting about what I maybe reading his tweet. The most autistic interaction ever. Honestly, I think many of you are probably awful or weak people. I'm just assuming that, I guess, who lean on religion. I don't. I specifically try not to lean on religion. I cover the Religisphere stuff purely as a drama sector. I don't give my opinions on theology. I don't usually give my opinions on religion for the most part. There's the Hadith of the day stuff with Islam because some of the Islam hadiths are fucking crazy. But other than that, I am not an apologist. I'm not trying to convert anyone. I've never done that. And the rest are just closeted homosexuals using religion as some defense mechanism. Why would that be a defense mechanism? How many of you guys were altar boys? Is that why you're so damaged? Did your priest love you a little too much? That's my opinion on the average sector. I don't think there are a lot of sector religious people like that make the religion part of their content. Like Ralph will occasionally say God's plan. And I guess, like I said, there's Shaggy, but he's gone now. He should be, at least. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any like religious forward people other than the quartering. I'm not. I don't have like fucking Bible study. I guess Surfer did Bible study streams. It could be about that. This is just like autistic or this is like schizophrenic projection, I guess. Again, when I was talking about your claims about some of the things you were talking about with atheism and stuff, I tried to come in from the perspective of the atheist argument. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what I don't have. A friend finder saying I'm looking for a man.
do it because I'm smarter than you, you fucking idiot. That is why. Again, people will try and pull apart this video as whatever the fuck they like, but I don't care anymore. It's just learning when to put yourself above the fucking dumb.
Yeah, I know he says it because it's a Drake song. It's funny. I mean, again, I'm glad you're getting a lot of interaction here, Hujin. Like I said, it was kind of crazy, like the stuff before where you'd have like 0 likes on these big spurgouts directly talking to people. Or not spurgouts, like I said, theatrical, dramatic declarations. But now you're really getting the engagement. That's good. It's good for you. I hope that doesn't, you manage to balance the engagement with your stated desire to not that apparently any time spent on this like hurts you. So good luck with that.
Retards, and then learning what's important in life. And I think like a lot of people have kind of, and you've seen the state of the fucking sector and stuff like that. I think people get it.
Yeah, the state of the sector's pretty fucked. I agree.
I think there's a lot of people that might have felt the same way. I don't know. But that's where I'm at. Like, there's things like
Spray, Hujin's joined the Religisphere for the atheist faction. Him and Pot Awful are on the same side. I don't think Pot Awful really wants to have him on his side, but I don't make the rules.
I want in life. That's it. And those aren't things that I'm going to get out of a space filled with fucking retards and incels.
All right.
I think like as well, it's
have fun with your experiences. Let's look at the, because like the thesis here is he wants to go experience things. He wants to leave. Goodbye. This second goodbye. Let's see what kind of experiences Hujin has been having since he made this post. It's indirect subtweeting me watching his video and then talking about priest homosexual child rape. These are the experiences of Hujin. These are the experiences that he was missing out on before he said he was going to leave.
Like the stupidity. I think like that's one of the worst things for me is the mind numbingness. It comes with all of the stupidity of these spaces, like the nonsensical shit. Like when
true. Jesse's going to convert now.
Common sense isn't even a factor. Like, I'm a very common sense, like I say, real world, science-based fact person.
Okay, I think you are conflating truth, fact, and science as an epistemology rather than a methodology. It's possible to, quote, be a, quote, fact-based under different methodologies in science. It's also possible to believe in God and make use of the methodology of science, like, you know, most scientists before 50 years ago. But whatever. I think most people view themselves as fact-based. It's just perhaps different people have different ways of getting to the facts. And almost all of them, even the people who do put a very high premium on science, which is most people, like methodology, do still believe in transcendentals, which are fundamentally not material. So you kind of conflating the real world with a purely materialist perspective, I think, kind of speaks to the undeveloped nature. Well, no, I don't want to say that. That's not true, because his thoughts are deep. They're very heavy. It's very possible that I'm just not fully comprehending them. They might be a little too deep and heavy for me. I think that might be what's happening.
Atheists, like, when you consider these things, I'm just like, yeah, that's my reaction to it. It's just, there's nothing more than that. It's just a passing thought to me that I don't care about, and I wish, like, people would stop expecting me to care.
I just don't think you should worry about the expectations of people that you have variously described as insane, crazy, shut-in incels who are trying to kill you.
Anyway, I got shit I want to go do. I'll see you all later.
Now, like I said, what are the things that he wanted to go do? What is Hudson going and leaving and going and doing the things he wanted to go do? It's subtweeting my stream live and talking about homosexual child rape. Thank you, Hudson. All right, what's this say? I would rather go outside and smoke a cigarette while watching the clouds or even watch paint dry than I would fill my time with dumb opinions. Also, apparently watching a Dark Zero stream. Don't get me wrong, I like having a laugh like everyone else, but not at the expense of ruining good people's lives. I agree. I don't think you should ruin people's lives. I don't think it's necessary to talk shit online. I think you people are sick. I don't know who you people is. This is like, you people, right? Hi, Els. Like, you've normalized these things in spaces you're in, communities, closed spaces, not of the norm. Yeah, I don't think it should be normalized. No normal person wants this. What's this? Talking shit online? There's might be an argument there. Only sick, weird, lonely people who. The problem is you were in this whole time, man. So if you're like, syllogism here is that only people, like, it would just be that only people who like drama are lonely or are sick or are weird. I like drama, therefore I am lonely, sick, and weird. That's like what you're just saying here. Like, you're self-reporting if this is what you really believe. I realize that when people feel like they can be made to look worse than everyone else, they will lie their way out of everything, but that's not... Who's lying their way out of what? Like, just be specific. It's not hard. I enjoy trolling with the truth. The truth! I thought you were factual. The truth and facts are not always the same. The truth is not always factual, and facts are not always true. I find it a lot more fun. The people I've gone over in the past are genuinely awful people who got everything they deserved. Okay, then... don't need to justify it. Don't ever make the mistake this is a weakness. What, leaving? I mean, why do you care what anyone thinks once you've left? Clearly want more out of life. Just because you don't like that doesn't make it not true. I think it's fine. I think it's cool. If you want to go travel and have fun, go do it, man. No one's stopping you. Okay. I don't know what this is. It sounds gross. I don't care. All right. We're at least at 13. I think it was actually more than that, but I kind of stopped paying attention at a certain point. All right. Let's do Warthog Run, and then we're out.
I'm sorry, son. But come.
Oh, you're right. I am muted. Sorry. Anyway, I was just responding to Kildare. I said that's a fun idea. I'd have to do a lot more. Like it would be a long-term idea because I'd have to actually be playing with a controller, which I don't have at this spot, and obviously be up at Legendary and be trying to actually do it faster. But it's a good long. I think it's a good idea.
Find the doorway in the cliffs, Chief. The dawn is
As far
on
as
the other
I
side.
was saying about Warhammer, I mean, there's a difference. I think he might be knowledgeable. I don't know if retarded is the right term, but he comes across as the kind of guy who very easily led by the nose by certain malicious people. Doing the whole thing where you're calling the person who has been revealed to be underage after that, the most good faith way to look at that is, like I said, you're being led by the nose by someone, and you don't really understand what's going on, and not that you would actually be that stupid to do that. That's me being very good friend.
They're allies.
Also, Dixon making a video while he's taking a shit is based. Very funny. I should close out by playing The Last Stand of Reach. That's a good idea. Oh yeah, I think I saw you say that earlier.
Don't let this ring be the end of us, Chief. There, Johnson's Warthog.
Master Chief and that loud. Cool.
Come on, Spartan, go, go, go!
Right, Paul? Yeah. No hit lasso run, Warthog run? Maybe, if I keep getting better at it. I did. It's because I was reading chat at the same time. I wasn't really paying attention, but yeah. That was a retard alert. Retard alert. My friend wants me to do a Morrowind stream, but if I do a gaming stream before the 7th, I think it's going to be MechWarrior 5. Yeah, see, it's takes like that, Warhammer, that make me think that even if you are knowledgeable, you might not... You might have some screws loose in the social intelligence factor. And that you might be the sort of guy that's very easy to manipulate and do stupid shit. So stay safe out there. It's possible that you liked Bungie before they knew they existed. My first Bungie game was the first Halo, which I got the Christmas of 2001. So if you played Marathon, you definitely did. Because I didn't know Bungie was around during Marathon. I think I was too young. yesterday I missed the last jump. I did the whole thing and then missed the last jump. I don't even know why that happened. Clearly I made some mistake, but I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Charging sequence at 30%.
Yeah, Last Stand of Reach is a good idea. Also the Warthog run at the end of CE, although it doesn't really make a lot of physical sense. Call out Ralph then? I call out Ralph all the time. That's not really the own you think it is, man. My quote, like, the best things I say about Ralph are just that he's crazy and entertaining, not that he's good for any of the shit he does. He's obviously not a role model. It's not my job to defend fucking Ralph. Ralph doesn't even defend most of the shit he does. I refused to even say Scar's name on stream for months. I just called her Black Toe. And that Ralph was like retarded for even interacting with her. Almost there. This one is better than CE, I think. This one actually has, I haven't showcased them on while I've done this, but this one actually has some alternate paths. There's a jump up here if you go to the left. See up there? Might as well do it. And then of course, like the tunnel parts, you can do the undercarriage stuff and a few other things that are
90%
cool.
firing sequence initiated.
Or we could just flip over and die. That could happen too. Why don't I just play the whole campaign? I could. It's just that I would always end the streams with the soundtrack to this mission, and I just thought it would be more fun to actually play it every time.
Got it, Chief. Jump! Floor it! Right into the hangar!
I watch the Norwegian? No, I don't. Unless you're talking to someone in chat. I have no interest in any opinions or anything that guy has. So, and I said everything I wanted to say on that whole R-Day stuff yesterday. I really have no interest in continuing to relitigate it. People can agree with me or they can't, or disagree, it's fine.
Chief!
Yeah, that's not the only one. There's another alternate route earlier, I think. Rather play Halo 2 Legendary or Halo 4? Well, Halo 2's Legendary is fucking aggravating, but it's a much better game overall than 4. You watched him stream, he wasn't... Okay. I didn't make the stream to make him happy. He can... if he disagrees, he can explain why, and that's fine. I'm not going to respond to it. I don't really have an interest in getting into a fight with any of those people. That whole, like, that side of the sector is, like, one of, like, 5, 6 different things I do on the streams. All right. So we're gonna have a stream tomorrow. That might be the Mech Warrior one, and then probably one on Tuesday, which will be earlier, like this one was, and then that's it for a while. Like I said, I hope there might be some beach house shenanigans before the end of the summer. Maybe I can stream again, but we'll see. We will